All right, good morning. We're going to get started this morning with an invocation brought to us by Carrie Aller, chaplain of the Oklahoma City Police Department, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Rania Dinfor, representing Girl Scouts Troop 269. Please stand.
Let's pray. Dear Lord, I just want to thank you for every person in this room. I thank you for every leader. I ask, God, that you will give us wisdom and discernment in everything that we do. I pray that we can all just be the best version of ourselves, Lord, to help people in our community. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, Chaplain Aller, and thank you, Rania. I call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we'll start with Office of the Mayor, item 3, and I have one presentation to make up front. That'll be item 3A, and I'll make my way there now. And Kimberly Bands, you might meet me there. I think we've seen you here before. You're doing some good stuff, and so we wanted to honor you once again, kicking off, I guess, our new academic year of Teachers of the Month. We do this once a month, and it's been a few months, and so we're glad to be back in school and back honoring some of the most amazing people in our community, and that's our teachers. And you are certainly a leading example of that, Kimberly Bands, but we would like to learn a little bit more about you. And so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Kimberly Bands has been named Teacher of the Month for August 2022 by the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Kimberly received a Bachelor of Science degree in music teacher education from Southern Nazarene University because it was her lifelong dream to teach. And whereas Kimberly is the Director of Orchestras at Classen School of Advanced Studies High School at Northeast, where she has been named Teacher of the Year, has been teaching music education for 8 years, 5 years with Oklahoma City Public Schools. And whereas Kimberly has been recognized with many titles, Oklahoma City Public School District Teacher of the Year, Oklahoma City Public School District Orchestra Chair, and Classen School of Advanced Studies Visual and Performing Arts Chair. And whereas Kimberly invests her time and talent through music education in our future difference makers and world changers, who sometimes have every reason to quit but don't, and who understand the importance of working together despite their differences. And whereas Kimberly states that one of the greatest joys of her life has been the relationships built with her students, many of whom lovingly refer to her as Mama B. And she simply would not be the teacher she is today without these young people, and will be forever grateful for the ways in which they changed her life. She remains steadfast that she truly is the luckiest teacher on the planet. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Kimberly Bands on her selection as August 2022 Teacher of the Month by the Oklahoma City Public Schools Foundation and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Well, thank you. And this is a resolution, which means we would like to actually vote on whether we believe all these things to be true. So I would ask for a motion in a second, which we have. Please cast your votes. I would like to vote aye. Passes unanimously. You are the luckiest teacher in the world. Well, Mama B, we would love to hear a few words from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor and the City Council. I am incredibly blessed. All of that is true. I'm incredibly blessed to do what I love every single day, and it is an honor. Thank you to, I have to just squeeze in another couple of thank yous. I have some incredible administration here. So Dr. McDaniel is here, Mr. McAdoo, my principal, and Miss Christine Miller. She is the Director of Fine Arts for OKCPS. And so they are all an incredible support to me. But as I was saying, I love what I do, and then I get to do it every day. And I actually have one of my students here today, Audrey Copeland. So that was a fun surprise. But it's my passion, and there are teachers right now that are doing the hard work day in and day out and changing lives. And I'm just lucky that I get to be the one to represent all of us.
Awesome. Well, let's thank Kimberly one more time. All right, we have a few other items on Office of the Mayor. We have appointments to the Board of Adjustment, Civic Center Foundation, Joint Insurance Committee, Metropolitan Library Commission, the Oklahoma City Firefighters Health and Welfare Trust, and Traffic and Transportation Commission. And I would suggest that we take those, items B through G, as a group. And then we'll move on to Youth Council after that. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And now that brings us to item 3H. This is the appointment of the people here listed to serve as members of the Youth Council of Oklahoma City for 2022-2023. And I think Debbie Martin is going to kick us off.
Mayor, thank you very much this morning, and I'm excited to have the Youth Council for our 2022-23 class. I would like to introduce two special people to our program, and that is Chief Richard Kelly and Gloria Torres, who will be serving as our program co-chairs this year and working with our Youth Council. So thank you for your support. Please stand so everyone knows you. And we have an incredible opportunity to make the difference in lots of children's lives, and so thank you for this support.
Okay, so I think that we're going to go kind of around the horseshoe, and each of us is going to introduce our youth counselors, and so we'll just take it in order. Councilman Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Sorry, I want to stand and see you guys. So I'd like to introduce Grace Hua. First, she comes from Cassidy School. Grace is a senior at Cassidy. She is a member of the honor roll her entire high school career. She has participated in varsity field hockey and basketball and serves on the student council as the spirit chair. Grace is a member of the Next Gen Vietnam, serves on the Children's Hospital Teen Board, and has spent the pandemic learning to make cloth masks for hospitals, businesses, and other organizations. Grace sees a lack of support for our students dealing with eating disorders and mental health as significant issues facing the youth of Oklahoma City. So thank you, Grace. We appreciate you being here. Madeline Rhoda. Is that right? Okay, good. Thank you. Madeline comes to us from Yukon High School, and Madeline is a senior at Yukon High School, where she is a member of the National Honor Society and is very involved in student council, having served as historian and also as social media co-chair for their Mental Health Week. Madeline loves to read and go shopping with her friends. She's very involved in her youth group and campus life and volunteers in the community with Partners Club, the Oklahoma Blood Institute, and the Manna Pantry. She believes access to mental health resources is a major issue affecting the youth of Oklahoma City today. So welcome, and thank you guys so much for being here.
Ward 2.
That's wonderful. To avoid the fate that my students always have on the first day where I read someone's name and mispronounce it, I'm going to have my Ward 2 council members, who I'm just meeting for the first time, introduce themselves, and then I will tell the folk more about you. So, go ahead. Hold it. It's all yours. Oh.
My name is Joey Panazzo. I'm a senior at Bishop McGinnis.
My name is Emma Kalingasan, and I'm a junior at class in SAS.
Thank you both. Otherwise, I would have mispronounced both Emma and Joey. Thanks for laughing at that. So Emma is a junior at Classen School of Advanced Studies. She is an active member of the Asian Club and is active, quite active in fact, in athletics, varsity basketball, cross country, and golf. Emma is involved with her church and serves at the Myriad Botanical Gardens and the Czech Association. Oh my gosh. She feels students in her community need more support for mental health issues and more education about the dangers of alcohol, marijuana, and vaping. Thank you, Emma. And then Joey. Joey is a senior at Bishop McGinnis Catholic High School, where he has served on the Infant Crisis Services Tween Board and now serves on the Sharing Tree Junior Board of Directors. Joey enjoys playing basketball and watching the NBA to get a jump start on his career goals in sports broadcasting, including attending Syracuse University's Sports Broadcasting Summer Camp and the UCLA Game Lab Summer Institute. He sees the stigmatization of mental health and issues facing LGBTQ plus youth as significant issues facing young people in Oklahoma City. Y'all right at home in Ward 2. That's what we do. We do exactly that work that you're talking about. Welcome. Thank you for your service.
Good morning. So my first youth counselor is Madigan Glenn. Madigan is a senior at Mustang High School, and she serves on the National Honor Society as Key Club Secretary and a longtime member of the choir, marching band, and wind ensemble. She's also a member of the Multicultural Club, serving as Vice President. Madigan's passion for music has led her to participate in multiple all-state honor choirs, as well as the Oklahoma Summer Arts Institute's chorus for the last 2 years. She sees low accessibility to arts education in schools as an issue for young people in the Oklahoma City area, as well as a disadvantage that many public school students have, a lack of preparation for life after high school. Madigan, thank you for joining Youth Council. My second counselor is Israel Ibanez. Israel is a senior at Harding Charter Preparatory High School and is a valuable member of the school's soccer and cross-country teams, as well as band, all while maintaining a 4.0 GPA at the top of his class. He is involved in his church and continues to spread his love of soccer as a U.S. Soccer Federation certified referee, officiating youth soccer games. Israel sees youth homelessness, teen pregnancy, and drug abuse as significant issues facing young people in the city today. Israel, thank you for joining Youth Council. We're glad to have you both here.
All right, first I'm going to introduce Stephanie Briones. Stephanie Briones is a senior at Southeast High School. Stephanie is a member of the Key Club and the prom committee at her school, as well as a member of the varsity cross country and track teams. When not in school, she attends Club Scrubs, a club offered by the University of Oklahoma to expose students to careers in the medical field, volunteers with kids at Scissortail Park, and works with her mother's housekeeping business in the summers. Stephanie identifies easy access to drugs and a lack of proper nutritional access and education as significant issues for the youth of Oklahoma City. Congratulations, Stephanie. Thank you. All right, next we have Jocelyn Ramirez. Jocelyn Ramirez is a senior at Harding Charter Preparatory High School. Jocelyn is a member of the National Honor Society, an officer for the Student Council, and a captain of her soccer team. She participates in the teen board for the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation, the Boys and Girls Club of Oklahoma, and spreads her passion for soccer as a youth soccer referee. Jocelyn sees that many young people in Oklahoma City are afraid to be themselves for fear of bullying and a lack of acceptance leading to physical and mental consequences. Congratulations, Jocelyn. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So we have all of these students were just outstanding and somewhat intimidating to us underachievers up here, so excuse me if I'm a little nervous. First of all, my first student is Jose Gonzalez. Jose is a junior at U.S. Grant High School. He's an active member of Student Council, Youth and Government, and was named Outstanding Sophomore in Avid at his school. Jose enjoys talking with his friends and working on cars, fixing them up, and selling them. Jose believes that mental health is a significant issue facing the youth of Oklahoma City. Jose, do you have someone here with you from your school? Okay. Well, thank you. There you go. Congratulations. The next student is Ashley Romero. Ashley is a senior at Southeast High School. She serves as class officer for her junior class as well as student council. She's involved with the environmental club and is an event organizer for her charter of SCCLA. She volunteers at her church and the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma. In her free time, Ashley enjoys spending time with her friends, reading, exploring new baking recipes. Ashley feels that the effects of social media and its impact on young people's mental health and the connection to drugs are significant issues facing the youth of Oklahoma City. Now, Ashley, I met your mother. Can you ask her to stand and we'll introduce her and anyone from your school joining you? Yeah, okay, so.
We're excited to welcome the 2 youth counselors for Ward 6. One of them was not able to join us, but I will read her bio to begin with. Zonia Ramirez is a junior at U.S. Grant High School. Zonia is a member of the National Honor Society, where she serves as vice president of student council, youth and government, the cheer team, and a highly decorated member of JROTC with 9 award ribbons, participating both in drill and color guard. She volunteers at pet clinics, likes to draw, plays Chinese checkers with her mom, and plays soccer with her dad. Zonia feels that young people are forced to grow up too fast and are pressured to engage in drugs and alcohol. And then we have Audrey Copeland with us. Audrey Copeland is a junior at Classen SAS. Audrey plays violin in the Platinum Orchestra at school and is a member of the National Honor Society and Asian Club. Outside of school, she is an accomplished member of the OKC River Sport Junior Rowing Team, is a Girl Scout, and is actively involved in her church youth group. She likes to scuba dive, longboard, read, and spend time with her friends. While openly accepted and celebrated in her school, Audrey sees that a lack of acceptance of minorities and LGBTQ+ students is a significant issue facing young people in Oklahoma City. Welcome to Youth Council.
Well, I am extremely excited to welcome to Ward 7 Youth Council our newest Black Girl Magic. Her name is Kiana Tubbs, and she's a junior at Cristo Rey Catholic School, and she's a member of the National Honor Society, Student Council, Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship, Health Occupations Students of America, the Black Student Union. She also serves as a student ambassador and plays basketball. I don't know how she has time for all of that. And she is a proud member of Girl Scout Troop number 17, where she has helped start a troop for students with special needs, as well as achieving the prestigious Girl Scout Silver Award. Kiana volunteers with the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma and helps prepare care packages for the homeless community. And she sees low education performance and lack of community involvement as 2 significant issues that face the youth of Oklahoma City. And I do want to acknowledge her family. I know her mother is here, Jules Sneed. Is there anyone else here with you? Who else? That whole row. Stand up, whole row. Please stand up. And the other side. All right. This is what you call a support system. So thank you, family, for being with her. I have another young man who is also part of our youth council, but today he started his first day of school. And that is Jalen Wilson, and he's a junior at Millwood High School. And he's an active member of the robotics team at school and is a member of the National Honor Society at Metro Tech, where he is pursuing his pre-engineering classes. So shout out to Metro Tech, who's in the house too. And he's very active in his church and bringing exposure to robotics to younger members of the community. And Jalen feels that multicultural education and issues related to the criminal justice system most affect young people in Oklahoma City. So we're extremely proud to introduce to you our Ward 7 council members.
We are so excited that all of you are here today. My first Ward 8 youth counselor, Zane Micah Sharello. His mother told me if I remember Jello, I'll get the name right. I tried to do the best I could. Zane can't be here today. He's having some health issues, and our prayers are for a speedy recovery for Zane. But his mother and his sister and his brother are here, and I'd ask for all of you to stand. Let me tell you a little bit about Zane. Zane is currently homeschooled and classified as a junior. Zane has served on the executive committee for the Oklahoma Hall of Fame Teen Board for the last 2 years, Oklahoma City Indian Clinic Teen Board, Cleats for Kids Teen Board, and served as an Oklahoma State Senate page. He is also an accomplished pianist, a national champion baton twirler, and loves to play sports. Zane sees a lack of access to health for disadvantaged youth, minimal opportunities for youth recreation and sports, and a lack of voices from the Native American community as issues affecting young people in the Oklahoma City today. Let's give Zane a big hand. Then my next Ward 8 counselor is Victoria Wonkwo, and Victoria is behind me, and her father, Joseph, is here. Is he sitting over here? Yes. Will you tell him to stand? Let me tell you a little bit about Victoria. Victoria is a junior at Putnam City North High School. Victoria is a member of student council, the academic team, a class officer, a member of the honor roll, part of Spectrum, and a member of the speech and debate team. She serves on the teen boards of Citizens Caring for Children and the Oklahoma Medical Research Foundation Teen Leaders in Philanthropy. Victoria enjoys writing on a variety of topics, and you'll like this, all things in the horror genre. What do you think, James? All right. Victoria sees equal access to educational resources and a lack of young voices in policy decisions as major issues affecting young people in Oklahoma City today. Victoria, we are so honored to have you here today. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes?
Since we're embarrassing family members, I forgot. Ward 2, I hear we have some support system here. Would you all mind standing so we can give you the acknowledgement you deserve? They said you're here. There we go.
Why don't we just have anyone who's here I'm not kidding, as a parent or family member or supporter of any of our youth council members, why don't you stand real quick and let's thank you for your support. All right, I'm going to bring us home now with our at-large council members. Raven Owens is a senior at Edmond Santa Fe High School. She has served as junior class president, DECA president, and is a member of the National Honor Society. As DECA president, Raven organized Project Neighbor, designed to raise awareness about homelessness in the Oklahoma City area. She has been accepted into the USC Bovard Scholar Program and was selected as a finalist and alternate for the United States Senate Youth Program. Raven sees the school-to-prison pipeline trend in underfunded and disadvantaged schools, as well as the lack of funding and resources in public schools, as a significant issue facing young people. We are also joined by Nicholas Shuffler. Nicholas is a senior at Bishop McGinnis Catholic High School. There he serves on student council and as a school ambassador, is a member of the National Honor Society, and is a member of the varsity swim team. As a member of his leadership class, Nicholas organized his school's Veterans Day Assembly. He serves as a camp counselor at Camp Classen and serves on the teen board of the Payne Education Center. Nicholas sees the lack of resources for students with learning disabilities, as well as those related to mental health, are two significant issues facing the youth of Oklahoma City. Let's show our gratitude and appreciation to our at-large counselors. All right, well, I think now we are ready to approve these appointments. So I would accept a motion to do that. This is a motion and a second on item 3H. Cast your votes. It is approved unanimously. You are youth counselors, and we look forward to working with you this year. Thank you and congratulations. And finally, we have two more items. These are travel approvals under Office of the Mayor. Item 3I is a resolution approving travel expenses for me to attend the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce intercity visit in Milwaukee next week. I think we'll take these one at a time. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the 6 required affirmative votes. And 3J, this is a resolution approving travel expenses for me to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors Fall Leadership Meeting in Miami from September 15th through 17th. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Stonecipher. Passes unanimously and with the required 6 affirmative votes. That concludes Office of the Mayor, and now we can advance to item 4, items from council, where we have item 4A. This is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency today, declaring a 180-day moratorium on the acceptance of applications for processing of and approval of a rezoning, including a PUD, SPUD, or issuance of any electrical permit, sign permit, or building permit that would allow construction of or use of property within 660 feet of the Lake Hefner Parkway from Northwest 63rd north to Memorial Road for a freestanding sign over 200 square feet, etc. Councilman Stonecipher. And this was deferred from our last meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the part, it plays a part with a global settlement that we are trying to enter into involving some federal litigation in the Western District of Oklahoma. We'll revisit this subject a little later at 11AE1. I have Laura McDivitt here to briefly tell us where we're at with the judge and where we're at with settlement and how we find ourselves here today, if you don't mind.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Laura McDevitt in the City Attorney's Office. So the item before you right now is the one that would be adopting a moratorium for billboards along Lake Hefner Parkway. And the settlement agreement contemplates that Lake Hefner Parkway will eventually be designated as a scenic corridor, but obviously that's kind of a lengthy zoning process. So in the interim, we have proposed that the City Council designate Lake Hefner Parkway, adopt this moratorium for billboards until the permanent scenic corridor could be adopted.
The one thing I'd add, Mayor, in reading item 4A and the materials provided with the ordinance, there is a typographical error, and it says Northwest 63rd Street to Memorial. That should be, the settlement agreement contemplates Northwest Expressway to Memorial. So the first motion I'd make is to amend the ordinance to change 63rd Street to Northwest Expressway.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see if we can bring that up as a motion to amend. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. The proposed ordinance is amended.
Then next I'd move for approval of the amended ordinance.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes.
And then lastly, I'd move.
Hold on. Got to declare the vote.
Okay, all right.
Passes unanimously. All right, now.
All right, sorry. Lastly, I'd move for an emergency provision be added to the ordinance.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussions? Seeing none, this is for the emergency. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. Now we're at item 4B. This is a resolution amending the prior resolution adopted on December 17th, 2019, declaring the need for the adoption of the International Residential Code for 1 and 2 family dwellings, 2015 edition, and providing certain local amendments to said code. This item was deferred from August 2nd. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This was deferred. It deals with the ice barrier underlayment. There are several people here that are wanting to discuss this matter today. I would tell you that the code, which is relatively new, has been amended a couple of times by us, and I always attribute that to that even though we have an international code, it doesn't always fit what we need in Oklahoma City, and so one size doesn't always fit all, and therefore from time to time we have to amend this international code to make it work better for Oklahoma City. So with that, I'll turn it over to Amy for those people that, or you, Mayor,
yes.
that want to speak.
So we do have some people who've signed up to speak, and there's quite a few. I'd remind everyone to say your name and address. Keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less. If it feels like it's already been said and you just kind of want to be counted, you don't have to use all 3 minutes. You can certainly make shorter remarks if you like. We'll start with MJ Farzana. No, right dead center, yeah.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Council members. My name is MJ Farzana. I live at 13925 Pissarro Trail, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73170. I come to you this morning to discuss the topic here, and I want to give you guys a little bit about my background in the industry of home building. I entered the home building industry in 1994. I'm a third-generation home builder. I work for a company and also co-own a company called Home Creations and its sister company, Colony Fine Homes. I attended the University of Oklahoma Construction Science. I was holding the position of construction director for our company from 2002 to 2020, and now I hold the title of COO of our company. So we build somewhere about 700 homes a year across the state, and we've built several thousand homes over the years. I've overseen 12,000 homes being built in Oklahoma. I come before you to talk about this issue with ice damming. We've discussed it several times, and I'm also on the Oklahoma City Code Commission. I'm also a member of the Board of Visitors at the College of Architecture in Norman. I just wanted to say that during my years of experience, I've never witnessed any kind of issues with water intrusion by ice damming. We have some 200-plus rental properties that we've had in our portfolio for over 25 years. I never came across an issue with ice damming on any of our homes that we've built, any of the homes that we own. So this is, to me, a climate zone issue. We're not in a climate zone that would require extra material for ice damming purposes. We don't have winters that are going to have lots of snow, lots of ice to build up on the eaves over long periods of time. Our climate zone typically melts any kind of snow, ice issues off of the roof within a matter of day or two if we ever have a climate that is a once in 100-year winter weather storm.
30 seconds, please.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often here, so it typically melts. I think we're in a warmer climate zone, and it's not justified, and we ask that you guys vote yes on the resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Konoski?
Good morning, council members. My name is Elizabeth Konoski. Address is 3821 Northwest 66th. I'm a licensed realtor in the great state of Oklahoma. I've been employed by Sterling Property Management for 18 years. Our primary focus at Sterling Properties is the overseeing management of thousands of properties. We've been in business for over 20 years. Most of our properties are single-family properties that come from local builders here in Oklahoma. For the most part, the properties that we manage are single-story and under 20 years. At Sterling Properties, we handle thousands of maintenance requests on an annual basis, and problems caused by ice damming isn't one that we've encountered. We are also in the annual basis inspecting homes, and in that time, we do not see water problems with the perimeters. When this item was brought to our attention, we were concerned about the overall impact this change would have on our property owners and eventually being passed on to our renters. Anytime we see a change or requirement that can impact our property owners and renters at the same time, we get concerned. So we went back and looked at our roofing issues, and both current and historically. Overwhelmingly, most of our roofing issues can be related back to hailstorms, tornadoes, and old age. For me and the company that I represent, we are not roofers or home builders, but we are experts in the management of properties and dealing with problems associated with weather in Oklahoma. My company sent me here today because we are a singular resource with over 20 years of experience in management of thousands of properties in Oklahoma. If ice damming were a problem or a regular issue, we would be a group that would have experienced it on some level in the past 20 years. We ask that you please vote yes for the resolution.
Thank you. Justin Wimberly?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name's Justin Wimberly. I'm with Hub International Insurance. I'm 21 years at doing this. I've insured tons and tons of houses in Oklahoma. I am a CRIS certified, which is a construction risk and insurance specialist. I'm CIC certified, which is a specialist in insurance counseling. In my tenure growing up, I was in home building with my dad, so I know construction. I've only had 3 claims in 21 years that had anything to do with ice damming. And it wasn't because of the eave issue. It's due to dead valleys. And if any of you are familiar with dead valleys, it doesn't allow the water to drain off of the roof properly. So that water stands in there and it accumulates, and when the thawing process happens, then the water does get up under the shingle. So that's more of a design issue than it is what we're talking about today. This is climate issues that you're considering. If we were in Colorado, I would agree with you that this may be a problem. Again, in 21 years, I've never seen this issue ever happen in an insurance claim. And I write hundreds of policies a year in this industry. So my recommendation to this council today would be vote yes, not to mandate this because it does drive premiums. Everything that we do on a residential construction when it comes to re-roofing to new construction adds cost. And as we know today, costs are very high, and that we've got to control this. So anything that you vote today goes to the insurance company. They got to pay those claims, and it reflects in your premiums. So again, I ask that you vote yes for the issue that's on hand today. Thank you.
Thank you. Curtis
Mr.
McCarty?
Mayor,
yeah.
Mr. Wimberly,
Mr. Wimberly? Councilman Carter's got a
can I ask you a question, please? So this is already in our code currently.
Say that again.
This is already part of our code right now. If we vote yes and we amend this, do the residents get a break on their insurance? Is there going to be a reduction for them?
Well, the insurance is driven by claims. So the claims today will reflect the insurance premiums. But if we mandate this to be on every house and every remodel job, the insurance companies have to pay that. So you can be guaranteed, if it's in it today, they're paying on it. Now, can I tell you from an insurance company that they're going to go back and reduce those claims? Again, they reevaluate those claims. It's whatever you pay in versus paid out. They're not in the business to lose the money, but they got to stay competitive, right? So if they're not competitive, somebody else is going to outshoot them in their premiums and their numbers. So that's what drives insurance companies. So I really think that this is, since it hasn't been an issue, I've never seen a claim relating to this. This goes more to the climate issues, and we just don't see that today.
So you don't believe that we'll see a reduction in the insurance
I
costs?
couldn't sit here and tell you that you'll
I've never
see
seen
reduction.
insurance actually be reduced, so just kind of curious if we're going to take something out that's going to require if our residents are actually going to see a break. If not, if this is something that's going to stay in regardless, why not protect them, just in case, in that 100-year issue?
Again, so as they pay those claims will fall because they're not having to pay for that extra cost, right? But if you continue to leave it on there, they still got to pay for those when re-roofs happen. So it's always going to be in there. If we take it out, initially those claims dollars will fall, the payout on them, and that will drive companies to be more competitive. But if you leave it in there, you certainly won't be getting a break. And why leave, in my opinion, why leave it in there? Because you're not seeing those claim issues arise. Again, dead valleys is where the problem's at. And everybody understands a dead valley. It's when two roofs come in to a flat surface, could be behind a dorm or something, and the water just lays there. It has nowhere to go. There's no saddle that's saddled across the roof that disperses the water drainage away from the house or off the top of the roof. So it just sits there and it freezes. And when the thawing occurs, it occurs from the roof underneath, heats up. So the water starts thawing out and running down the roof line. That's the reason why you get a lot of sliding off of the snow and stuff when it starts occurring, because the water's coming out and it's de-thawing everything, and the ice and the snow will slide off the roof, right? But in those dead valleys, it has nowhere to go. It just sits there. So the water will back up underneath. Again, that's a design issue. It's not a climate issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Curtis McCarty?
Good morning, Council and Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today. My name is Curtis McCarty. My address is 717 26th Avenue Northwest, Norman, Oklahoma. I'm a builder and been in the industry over 30 years. I'm here mostly to speak to you about the OUBCC, the commission, Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission, that I actually was a commissioner on for nearly 10 years, from 2009 to 2019. I was term limited off. The process of building codes in our state has become very in-depth and very transparent and also very technical. The OUBCC is the state commission that reviews codes breaks out into technical committees in different aspects. Mostly we're speaking about residential today, but into the part about the building side of it, the mechanical side of it, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC. And the technical committees have reviewed this over the years, and in 2009 IRC, there's a table in the code book that talks about if this is required or not. In that year, when 2009 IRC was adopted, it was left blank up to the local municipality to make the decision. Same thing in 2015 code. And I think how we got to where we are today, how Oklahoma City adopted this, was there was a letter that was sent out by a staff member of the OUBCC that I'm sure many of you all have probably seen that said that it was required. I believe that letter was sent out and misunderstood of how that was to be interpreted. And to get to where we are today, I know Oklahoma City adopted that, I think based off of that letter. But we are today, we reviewed this issue most recently through a technical committee through the OUBCC. I was a member of that technical committee. In that technical committee, we ultimately voted that this is not required by the state anywhere in Oklahoma. So that is where we stand as of today, and I think that's why this is before you today. Again, the process is very technical. A lot of people are involved. It's a very broad list of people that are on the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission and on the technical committees. So with that said, I would just ask for your support to vote yes on this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thad Jennings?
Good morning. My name's Thad Jennings. I own Genco Roofing. My home address is 18266 Carlton Way in Edmond. My office address is 7000 Northwest 80th in Oklahoma City. Been roofing for 42 years. We're actually the ones putting the roofs on and taking them off. We see this issue. We feel like, as the roofing contractor and a member of the Oklahoma City Roofing Contractors Association, that this underlayment is a key component to how we design the roofs. We are the ones designing the roofs, meaning we're the ones putting the roofs on, we're the ones taking it off. We believe this is an issue. It is a climate issue. It's also a design issue, but it's pennies on the dollar. Yes, there is a cost involved, but when you put this material down on a system, on a roof, it's there forever. You can't take it off. You can only apply it over again once it's on there. But it is designed to protect the water from backing up into the shingles. The shingles are designed to shed water. Roofs are designed to shed water. And we are talking about steep design, steep slopes, not low slopes. And this product actually protects the property. It protects the consumer from out-of-pocket expenses when this ice damming does occur. It does occur in Oklahoma. May not be every day, may not be every month, may not be every year. But when it does happen, it's protection. We feel like it's a better design. It's not a very expensive add when you're not putting material back on top of it, such as additional underlayment that doesn't have to be put on. And as a roofing contractor, a homeowner, and a citizen of Oklahoma, we believe this is a better design to protect the citizens. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry Ware? I think you can begin.
Okay, my name's Jerry Weir. I live at 6212 Kingsbridge Drive, Oklahoma City, 73162. And I am the owner of Village Roofing. I'm in Ward 8. The first page of the handout that I've shown you, that I've given you today, shows synthetic roofing felt. The reason I'm giving you these pictures is this is a product that's available at Home Depot right now. This is the price as of today at Home Depot. $73.48 for 1,000 square feet. The reason I bring this item up is this is what is at the eaves that a home builder would put on for a new construct. This item, when the ice and water barrier is put on, is deleted from the roof. So this is an expense, the first page, that's actually deleted from the cost from building the roof when the ice and water barrier is applied. The second page is a roll of ice and water barrier, $64.98 for 195 square feet. The next page shows the same thing. It just shows a picture of where the ice and water barrier goes on the eaves so that you can see that. That's page 3. The next 3 pages are 3 homes where ice and water barrier has been applied. So you have to go 24 inches inside the warm wall. On the 1,566 square foot home, where there's a picture there, when you add the price of the ice and water barrier, subtract the price of the felt that you're not using, add some money for labor, this comes out on a 1,566 square foot home to $243.67. Less than $250 for that home. For a 2,190 square foot home on the next page, it's $381.16. The final page, 2,635 square feet, it's only $460.50. So all of this discussion is regarding an item that's added to a roof, whether it's a small home or one of the larger homes, of less than $500. The next page is a News 9 story about the 2009 blizzard. And on the page behind the picture, it says, the blizzard on December 24, 2009 brought with it 14 inches of snowfall in 24 hours in Oklahoma City, setting a new record that stood since 1890. Then the following page, just to refute that, oh no, we don't have cold weather for very long, last winter, or a winter and a half ago, February 2021, I've even highlighted the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days when the temperature stayed below freezing, which caused ice damming. Councilman Carter, Mayor Holt, I've also given you information regarding winter storms and 2015. We'd already remodeled, we had done new stuff inside. In November at Thanksgiving, when we had all of the bad weather and the ice, and many of us lost our power, we had ice damming with our brand new remodel. The code says that if there is a history on that table that we're talking about, let's not redefine the word history. It doesn't mean that it happens over and over and over again. In our history books in school, these students that were here this morning, the Declaration of Independence was signed one time. It's in our history book. Pearl Harbor was bombed one day. It's in our history book. Yes, I also have more information here regarding the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission and requests that were made by the state's largest roofer, Salazar Roofing, to make a change, because we just wanted to even put this just in the code for re-roofing, which was mentioned by home builders that don't do re-roofing. And we tried to come to a compromise. They would not even compromise with us on re-roofing, something they're not even involved in. So I would ask that you maintain the way you have it and keep it where we have a yes in that box.
Thank you. Jesse Mashburn?
Thank you, Mayor and
council people. I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you today. My name is Jess Mashburn. I live at 1245 Davenbrook Drive in Oklahoma City. I'm with J.W. Mashburn Homes. We've been building homes since 1960. Additionally, I have served on the Residential Building Code Commission of Oklahoma City since 2004, so almost 20 years. Each year that our commission has reviewed the code cycles that our city is going to adopt, we have checked no in this requirement for this ice barrier underlayment. When we reviewed the 2015 IRC code, we checked no for this requirement. I signed a letter on May 11th of 2018 that on behalf of our Residential Building Code Commission, that the 2015 IRC be adopted as amended by our commission. It wasn't until 16 months later, in September of 2019, that this code was enacted and adopted by this council. When it was adopted 16 months later, that was changed from no to yes on this table that we're referring to today. Our commission had no knowledge that this change was made from no to yes. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to throw the city staff under the bus on this. They simply did what they had to as a result of this letter, this inadvertent letter sent out by the OUBCC. Just like our national code is written as a result of research and practice by a combination of construction scientists and a cross-representation of many experts within the industry that are relative to construction, so is this state commission that we have, this OUBCC. The OUBCC is made up of a cross-representation of many experts, just like the National Code Review Boards are. And although our Residential Building Code Commission is made up of qualified people, we simply don't have the same level of expert industry cross-representation. And therefore, we're required to adopt a code that the OUBCC adopts. It can be no less stringent. These national experts and state experts that we are talking about, through their knowledge and practice, they've determined that the result of this climate zone we live in determines whether or not ice barrier underlayment is required around the perimeters of the eaves of our homes. And it simply is not, because our climate zone doesn't justify this requirement. I would like to please ask you guys to vote yes on this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Means?
Morning, Council and Mayor. Mike Means. I'm the Executive Officer for the Oklahoma Home Builders Association. And even though I live in Chandler, I office at 3520 North Lincoln, over close to the Capitol. My role as the EO is to push for the mission of the home builders, which is to protect the American dream of home ownership. And we do that through making sure that homes are safe, are attainable, and also affordable. And of course, one of our driving missions is, one of our mantras is, for every $1,000 increase in cost, you price 1,015 families out of a home. So even though we're only talking about a small amount of money, a small amount of money puts people out of being able to own a home, and which is the beginning of creation of wealth. I wanted to really briefly talk about the OUBCC, the Uniform Building Code Commission, because I was intimately involved in putting that together several years ago. That commission is made up of 13 members. You have a residential contractor on it. You have a commercial contractor on it. You have the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing people on it. You have 3 different engineering groups on the committee. And then most importantly, you have 3 different individuals. 1 represents the insurance industry, 2 represents municipalities. And so I think the commission itself is thoroughly qualified, and as Mr. McCarty talked about a minute ago, you also have technical committees where they send it to the technical committee, it's evaluated, comes back to the full commission. The letter that has been referenced was never authorized by the commission. Once that issue was brought forward to the actual commission, the commission has sided with the same position that we're asking the city of Oklahoma City to take, which is to vote yes on the resolution, which means checking no on the box. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hancock?
Good morning, Council and Mayor. My name is Mike Hancock. I'm a licensed structural engineer and licensed mechanical engineer and fire protection. I do forensic investigation for residential housing, commercial, and industrial. One of the items I also do is I have a waterproofing company and a foundation company. What I've handed you today gives you an idea of, there's going to be two sheets, front and a back side. On the front side of the sheet, you're going to see a climatic zone region. And what that represents is the climatic zones the International Residential Code is discussing, and it's looking for what you do for ice damming. So climate zones 5, 6, 7, and 8, which you can see go clear up to the Kansas City region area, do not require ice damming provisions. However, in certain situations, you might occur ice damming through valleys, changes in roof pitches, and various details that might affect the freeze-thaw cycle. The freeze-thaw cycle also, on the reverse page, gives you a diagram of what we're actually looking at. We're looking at a freeze-thaw cycle on the eaves of the roofs. One of the things that the International Residential Code does discuss is it tells you that you have to have an underlayment and roofing shingles on top of the roof of some sort to protect it from water. There is no provision in there that says that if there is an event or that you see that there's a need, there's no reason why you can't exceed or extrapolate into putting an ice and water barrier down. So at the present time, the code covers the construction techniques that are adequate to protect for the regions that we're in. An adoption to increase that makes no difference in the fact that it can always be done, it's always available, and it can be added if necessary. What we see when we're doing the forensic investigations is one of the biggest issues is flashing issues. Flashing issues on roof eaves, in gables, in chimneys, or rakes going up. That's the number one issue that we're seeing lawsuits in across the country. It is a provision that needs to be addressed more than roof ice damming, but the flashing details need to be addressed and correctly installed per IRC Section 703. Do you have any questions in regard to this diagram? Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Todd Booz.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Todd Booz. I live at 4601 Ridgeline Drive. You've heard several things, but quickly, just on the science of the issue, Oklahoma City, science and weather, Oklahoma City averages 6.5 inches a year of snowfall over multiple events. For this situation to occur on a roof, you have to have snowpack, built-up snow at the roof's edge at 6 to 12 inches of snow that stays on the roof for periods of 8 to 10 days for that situation to be able to even begin to occur. There's references made to a storm in February 2021 where it was below freezing. I've supplied council with the data, the weather data that backs up, that shows within 5 days that temperatures were back above freezing. And so what ice damming occurred had nothing to do with the eaves of the homes. It's been mentioned at this point that this has been looked at by the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission. It's been vetted out. It's been written into the 2018 code that it's not required on the eaves. The commission did adopt certain situations in terms of valleys and roof pitch changes for that underlayment to be required. Earlier, there was a comment made from the roofers that they tried to negotiate with us that let's do it on re-roofs so you builders don't have to do it on new construction. And as a technical committee and a commission, we felt like that was improper. If it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do, and you should put it on the new house as well as the re-roof when you do it. The cost that was suggested earlier, at the last council meeting, we heard roofers state that this is $1.35 a foot is what they get paid when they do it on re-roofs. Going to Home Depot and finding something and comparing felt, and that's not the way that builders get charged for this. The roofers have it, they put overhead on it, it goes to the builder, then the builder puts it into his cost structure, and by the time it gets to the public, it's the $1.35 a square foot, which is what insurance companies pay for it. And to go around a house, depending on the house, the roof pitch of the house, and the more affordable homes are going to be more impacted by this because they're lower slope pitch roofs with 24-inch overhangs, which mean you've got to go around that house twice. That's where the numbers come up when they get up to $850 to $1,200 per house.
30 seconds, please.
So that's the reason that was not addressed during at the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission. Our biggest concern is housing affordability as an industry. We've seen prices of homes in the Oklahoma City market go up almost 30% over the last few years. And while this is only $1,000 here, it's $1,000 here, it's $1,000 there. If every industry gets their what's best laid into our houses, fewer and fewer people are going to be able to afford to buy homes in our market. And right now, as we stand, the median income families can't even afford to buy the median income house right now, or less than 50% of them can't. So we're fighting everything that makes no sense and creates no value to the citizens of Oklahoma, and that's why we're standing so firm on this. I know people have heard of problems about leaks. People talk about ice storms, talk about sleet and freezing rain. None of those have anything to do with ice damming and using this product. If the roof is installed right, the flashing's done properly, the house will perform, and there's overwhelming evidence to prove that out. A few issues that people have out there, and saying that this is going to fix it, this is just a Band-Aid over other problems that exist out there on those roofs.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
That concludes our residents who've signed up to speak. Councilman Stonecipher?
You know, after listening to Mr. Booz, Mr. McCarty, Mr. Mashburn, I really do think this is a cost issue, and it should be decided on where you are climate-wise. And I believe in less government. I believe that you should not tell people what to do with their houses on every little instance. It's okay to let the buyer decide what they want on their house and what they don't want on their house. If you want a two-car garage, let the buyer decide to build a two-car garage. If you want a pool, let the buyer decide to have a pool. And this is forcing something on people that don't need it, driving up the cost of housing. We have a horrible materials issue right now in the United States. Number one, getting materials, and number two, they're going up every day. And so my goal is less government regulation in this area. My goal is to keep the cost of affordable housing down so people can enjoy the American dream and have their own home instead of renting a home. Thank you. And I will move for this at the appropriate time.
Okay.
I would like for us to continue the discussion before we move anything.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to make
Mayor,
comments?
The gentleman that brought up the zone deal, I got a copy of this in it, and I don't know what it is. Do you need it? Yes. Okay. All right. I just wanted to get it back to you in case it was needed. Thank you.
Any other comments on the resolution?
Yeah, it's, to me, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Sure, please.
The biggest thing, one of the biggest things that comes out of this to me is it's already been rectified by the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code. I mean, all we're doing is following what the experts at the state level said. So I'm definitely voting for it. Thank you.
Mayor,
if I may, as it's been mentioned already, we should strive for less regulations whenever possible. And when we have two professional groups presenting different information, different perspectives, that encourages me to even further say, let's step away, let the public decide what they'd like to have on their homes. And it reminds me of a situation that developed about 18 months ago. Just because something's in the building code doesn't, excuse me, necessarily mean that it's appropriate. So I had a dentist living in Ward 5 and was building a new office in Ward 5. And remember, this is 18 months ago at the height of COVID activity. He was required to put in a public drinking fountain, even though no one was using public drinking fountains at the time, and the cost was over $3,000. It just didn't make sense, and he historically provided bottled water for all of his patients, anyone coming in, but yet the building code required that he include a public drinking fountain in his office, which, again, there's other examples where these codes don't really mesh well with reality. And again, when there's so much difference of opinion, I'd say put it back on the consumer, let them make a decision. And so I'm going to vote that we eliminate this requirement, or I assume it means I'll vote yes for the proposal.
Okay.
I'd just like to make some comments, I think, about this argument about less government, because I think as a city council, every single council meeting, we have at least usually 10 zoning cases, which is the maybe most prevalent use of government intervention in people's lives. And if we're gonna make an argument about affordable housing, I just find it a little disingenuous that we're talking about a couple $100s when literally our single family and history of our zoning codes usually require a certain amount of, you have to purchase a certain amount of square footage of a lot, and you have to cover that lot with a certain amount of square footage of structure, and that we often respond to neighborhoods who want less density, which increases prices for people and prices people out of certain neighborhoods and markets. And so I feel like I need to just interject that piece about this feels like, in the conversation about affordable housing, a very small piece when we're talking about potentially protecting consumers over the lifetime of a structure, especially, again, thinking about the future of climate change and of the effect of increased historic weather events on Oklahoma. We keep talking about 100-year storms, and they're becoming increasingly less than that. Or they used to be 500-year storms, now they're 100-year storms because they're happening more frequently. So this conversation about government regulation and letting the market decide, we don't let the market decide what it wants when it comes to housing in this country, because we have zoning that has become a thing over the last 100 years that specifically tells people you have to build this amount of home on this amount of square footage because in certain areas because of the codes. And if we actually really want to address codes and affordable housing, we need to be prioritizing our development codes update to make it actually more possible for builders to have more flexibility when it comes to what they build and responding to market demands. Because again, we have an affordable housing study that came before us that said, we are not building what the market actually is wanting. We are forcing builders to build 3, 4, 5 bedroom homes, and forcing is maybe not the right word because apparently people are still making money, but people in our market are not able to afford those homes. What they want is smaller, more flexible types of properties, and we are not building those at the rate that the market is actually telling us to. So there's just like a disconnect, I feel like, in this conversation. And again, in the conversation about protecting people over the life of a property, I just don't really know why we wouldn't continue to require this when it was something that was recommended to us previously and is coming back with, again, a lot of differing, again, experiences about who's actually interacting with people when situations that this sort of material protects, with roofers are the ones seeing it. It just makes sense to me. Ounce of prevention goes a long way, and that's all I have to say.
I just have a couple comments myself, and I do want to take the time to thank everyone that sent correspondence and/or that we have visited with about this issue. And I want to continue to say, I am not an expert in this, and I'm highly pissed off that we have to have this type of discussion because of my lack of expertise in this issue when we have a commission and a committee that makes these types of decisions for us to suggest and/or advise or receive or approve, whatever the case may be, depending on that recommendation. For us to have this discussion and looking at the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission special meeting from August of last year, in reading all of the information and the comments and the notes of what we are also deciding today, I find it very difficult to support a couple of things in this measure. One, again, as I'm reading all of the details of what folks have said from those comments, of how if you are one that has been a part of their insurance, as far as an insurance claim, it talks about that. It talks about Mr. Jennings, I understand, was a part of this commission and the committee and voted in as the chairman and reviewed the background and discussed some of the things that we're listening to and talking to. Also read the comments from Mr. Means, who was also a part of this meeting, and a couple of other folks that have been present today and have also spoke. So as we look at this, there's two things. Because of what I've heard, that this did not go through the commission, the Building Code Commission, I would like for us to send this to the Building Code Commission so they can make that decision for us to receive it from that body who is voted in as the commission to do the work on behalf of building codes. As a city council member, yes, we do have oversight on those things, but I'm not a roofer, I'm not a contractor, I'm not a developer. And I do not want to make that type of decision when we have a body that can and helps us in making those types of decisions. So that's one of the things. So two, as I look at these maps, and I know everybody's trying to say because we're in a whole different zone that this does not impact and or affect us. The map that we looked at last week that was presented to us was from 2015, and I understand we're still dealing with the code from 2015, but I'm quite curious because of the nature of the events that we've seen since 2015, not just in Oklahoma, but across the country, where we would fall in this particular zone. And I have a feeling that our climate zone may have shifted some. I'm not saying it shifted a lot, but I'm sure it shifted a little bit just because of everything, all of the natural events that we have experienced since 2015. So again, for me, in order for me to feel comfortable with this, I find it very discomforting that the council member who brought this just put it in and just brought it here instead of actually talking to some of us about it. That in order for me to feel comfortable with this, I would like for us to send this back to that body as far as the commission is concerned, so they can review that, because even for us to receive this building code, we received that from the commission itself. per their recommendation.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes. Is this on? Can you hear me? Good. I have a few comments I'd like to make. First, to echo what we just heard in terms of gratitude, thank you to everybody who spoke. It was very helpful, especially as, again, someone who teaches argument and English composition. I love hearing pieces of evidence from both sides of a debate, and then I get to arrive at my own conclusion. It's what we call a 5-body paragraph. So just thanks for that. There are 4 things guiding my vote here. Number one, I keep hearing in politics this idea of the forgotten person. And I read a story just yesterday about the forgotten person again. And just listening to this debate this morning, I thought of a resident, an older woman, who lives just west of I-44, just west of Earl Rogers Park, where I had a Ward 2 meetup a couple weeks ago. They had reached out to our office, called our office, and was asking for access to different social services. And I just happened to be in my office returning this person's call. This person, again, elderly, did not have the internet, and thusly the things I needed to send her in terms of those services, I couldn't send them to her. She didn't have a cell phone, so I couldn't just text her either. So what did I do? I biked from this building, which, as you all know, on the outside says dedicated. This building is dedicated for the perpetuation of good government. Good government. That's the language from 100 years ago. On the outside of this building, I reference it all the time, for the perpetuation of good government. They dedicated this building to the good people of Oklahoma City. So what did I do? I biked from this building to Northwest 36th, just past Portland, in the heat, and sat in this woman's home as she brought me towel after towel after towel to wipe away the sweat. Ward 2 is for everybody, but make no mistake, it has a range of people from working class to people like that resident who lived on Social Security to people who live in luxury homes. And I have to always think about all of them. But she is the forgotten person because technology has forgotten her. She doesn't have access to these even services that we provide as a city and that nonprofits provide. And that was the beauty of knocking doors during that election, is I got to talk one by one to people. So that's one thing guiding my vote today. The second thing guiding my vote is a very visceral memory I have of February in that ice storm, where I sat in a building I love, 100 years old, not this one, which I also love, but my apartment. And I brought every Afghan, blanket, quilt, you name it, for my cat Marion and myself. And for 2 weeks, we bundled up. And my office received emails from people where they're like, I bet Councilperson Cooper has power. I'm not wealthy. I don't bend government to my needs. I bend government to the needs of all of Ward 2 and our needs. It's on the building itself. It says what those words ask of us. If we did not have the protections like I am describing on 100-year-old buildings, on 90-year-old buildings, on 80-year-old buildings, more people would be experiencing what I felt viscerally, painfully, chillingly that day. My cat never really gets under covers. She did that time. And that brings me to my third reason. I am looking at the Oklahoman right now, which says about our summer weather, these are, quote, above normal temperatures, and, quote, we're looking at an average of unseasonably warm August, September, October temperatures. Climate change is real. It was the #1 issue my middle school students brought up to me. Climate change. Racism was right there beside it. Middle schoolers, they brought that to me. I asked them, what should we be learning about? And then you heard up here these students talk about their priorities. I just think that I'm glad that there are elected officials who are doing what they can right now to try and mitigate the harm that climate change is doing to our state, our residents, our livelihoods, our planet. I'm so glad that people are making those moves, but we should have been making these moves decades ago, and we're catching up. And unfortunately, we have not done that, but I just can't see moving away from the current protections for our people. Protections for our people. I will not, 100 years from now, wherever my spirit or energy may end up, I will not, let me put it this way, I will rest in peace knowing that the person in the building we build right now will have the sort of protections that I did not have in my apartment in February of 2021. That is what good government does. We protect our people, all of our people. And I'm not convinced that removing this will do that. And quite frankly, to be very specific on the language that the federal government is using, I think the state made a decision that went against what the federal government was saying. The federal government was saying, like, do these things if you have these sorts of instances. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, while they may not be many, they are happening, and I'm worried more are coming. And I will do everything to always protect Ward 2, period, end of story. So, and to my homeowners or builders, great, I'm so happy you're concerned about attainable, affordable housing. I have 19,400 Oklahoma Cityans, according to that affordable housing study, 19,400 of them who are in need of 1 to 2 bedroom housing right now. Right now. But we only have 3,600 available units. Help me build that housing for my people, for our teachers, for our nurses, for the baristas, the people in the service industry, the people like the woman who lives just west of Portland on Social Security. 1 to 2 bedroom housing is what we need in droves, 19,400. We only have 3,600. This is not my opinion, this is the need. And I know good government can deliver this, but maybe we need some private sector help to step up. So tell us what's keeping you from doing that, and let us help you do it. Thank you.
And I also had a motion on the floor before, as I talked earlier. My motion is that we send this back to the commission.
Understood. That motion was preceded by Councilman Stonecipher's motion, so we'll have to dispose of that first. Councilman Stonecipher, did you have any further comments on your motion?
I do not at this time. Thank you.
All right, why don't we bring it up virtually? We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. This is on the resolution. If that should fail, then we can consider other motions. Passes 6-3. All right. Item 4C is a resolution approving travel expenses for council members Bradley Carter and Nikki Nice to attend the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce intercity visit in Milwaukee, Wisconsin next week. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the required 6 votes for approval. That concludes items from council, and now we're at item 5, city manager reports. We have items A and B. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we don't have any presentations today. I did want to mention we have the hotel tax collections report through the end of this last fiscal year for FY22. And the growth that we saw was 50% growth. You'd know that that was from the effects that we had from COVID. If you look back in the last couple of years, this is actually 29% above FY20, but it's 6% above FY19, which was our last full year without any effects of COVID. So seeing really strong hotel growth and really happy to see that. And we'll keep you updated as we get further information on the coming year.
All right. And item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7 is request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager?
We have several today on item 11, I'm sorry, on 9Y, on page 7, item 9Y. We have a request to defer this item to the 30th of August, so a 2-week deferral. Item 11.
Which item was that? I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry.
This is on page 7 on item 9Y.
Thank you.
And then item 11U on page 16. Request to defer this item to the 30th of August also. That's 11U. And then on page 17, under dilapidated structures, item 11W1, item G, we'll strike this from the agenda. The owner has removed the property, or removed the structure. On page 17 again, item 11X1, unsecured structures. We have several here. All of these will be stricken from the agenda. Item D, 4400 Southwestern Avenue. The owner is secured. Item E, 426 Northwest 9th Street. The owner is secured. Item M, 1415 Southwest or Northwest 34th Street. The owner is secured. And item O, 1117 Southwest 41st Street. The owner is secured. On page 18, item 11Y1, abandoned buildings. All of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item D, 4400 Southwestern Avenue. The owner is secured. Item E, 426 Northwest 9th Street. The owner is secured. Item K, 1415 Northwest 34th Street. The owner is secured. And item M, 1117 Southwest 41st Street. The owner is secured. And then I've got one more item that is not a continuance, but it's on page 8. This is item 9AS. It's a final acceptance on residential sidewalk and pavement repair. We had a ward designation there that referred back to prior to our redistricting, so it noticed it as Ward 2. It's actually Ward 7, so we just wanted to clarify that. And that's all that I have.
Okay. All right, item 8, we have no revocable permits and events today. So we will recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through N we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through F, but I believe we do have presentations on items C and D.
That's correct.
Okay, we'll go there then.
David Todd, our program manager for the MAPS program, will give quick introductions on these items.
Thank you. Item C is a binding term sheet for with Metro Technology Centers for the Henrietta B. Foster Center, and this project has gone through the standard process that we do for obtaining an operator. This is, as I said, binding term sheet, which is really just to identify the operator at this point. We will be bringing to you a complete agreement at a later time once we get further along with the project. Today we have Jeremy Cowley and some people from Metro Tech to talk to you just real shortly about what they plan to do. So I'd like to turn it over to him.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Jeremy Cowley, Senior Director of Student Affairs and Workforce Development for Metro Technology Centers. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our consortium partners to accomplish this task and to bring honor to Ms. Foster and her legacy at the H.B. Foster Center. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Kimberly Francisco, Executive Director, Progress OKC.
Good morning. I'm Quentin Hughes, Board President, Northeast OKC Renaissance Inc.
Hi, I'm Matthew Guillory. I'm the Director of Strategic Development at the Small Business Development Centers for Oklahoma.
So what we present to you today is the Henrietta B. Foster Consortium for Minority Enterprise Development. Our goal in this project is to achieve parity for minority-owned businesses across Oklahoma City, but specifically in Northeast Oklahoma City, by collaborating to build a more connected, more innovative, more inclusive small business ecosystem. Our collective here represents more than 90 years of experience in working with small businesses in Oklahoma City. We bring a collaborative ready to execute on the mission and to bring the next generation of Ms. Foster's legacy to Northeast Oklahoma City.
We know the challenges that are facing BIPOC entrepreneurs, namely around finding parity, financial help that can support across the community. We intend to make this an inclusive, a holistic approach to those services. We know that education and skills are paramount by doing workshops and trainings. We intend to approach strategy and services through direct technical assistance. We know that capital access is a huge barrier for BIPOC communities and for BIPOC entrepreneurs, and so intending to offer tiered funding opportunities for those entrepreneurs. Social mobility, creating strategic opportunities and strategic connections. Most importantly, creating a communication vessel that includes not only English language learners, but for every aspect of that continuum. Making sure that our services are BIPOC-centered, that there isn't a cultural disconnect, that it's relevant, that it's comprehensive, but most importantly, cultivating innovation, creating opportunities for consultation, for acceleration, but most importantly, services across the spectrum that approach this community and address its needs holistically and intuitively.
Each of the organizations that are coming together for this collaborative approach brings their own expertise and their own experience to the table. The Small Business Development Center provides free training and personalized one-on-one consulting for entrepreneurs and small business owners. But what we're going to do through the Foster Center here is go beyond what we do, for what each of the different members of this coalition bring together. We're going to create new innovative services that will provide support for the small business community that is being served by the Foster Center.
So in close, what we feel we bring as a consortium is really our ability to collaborate and to really connect BIPOC small businesses to the broader ecosystem of Oklahoma City, as well as a commitment to not only engage the Northeast Oklahoma City community, but communities of color throughout the city. So we'd like to thank you for your time, and I don't know if there are any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
One, please. In terms of the training that you'll provide to these entrepreneurs, is anyone available to speak in terms of the level of sophistication that you'll be able to perform in terms of the training? And let me give you a better example. For example, like in some of the topics in managerial accounting include total quality management, the balanced scorecard, Lean Six Sigma. Will you all be able to go into those levels of sophistication in terms of training?
Yeah, absolutely. So beyond even the 4 partners that we're presenting in front of you today, there's a network of partners that each of us bring in with us as well to bring those exact topics like you're speaking at. The approach that we're looking at is a complete customized approach given the individual entrepreneur or the individual small business. And so really what our approach is to build a business development team around the individual to customize exactly to their needs. So even if we don't have the internal capability to do that, we'll then access our broader network to then bring in that expertise to meet those needs for small business.
Quite a few studies have shown, especially with small to medium-sized businesses, when they are able to gain that level of training, the success and profitability really begins to escalate, and often they continue to grow at a much higher rate. And I'm just concerned that sometimes throughout the city area, we're just not providing that level of training, especially for the smaller businesses, perhaps with a concern that they may not understand some of these concepts. But again, research has shown that if you explain it properly, it's intuitive, and they adapt quite well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
To add to that, I mean, I think we not only plan to be able to be to offer coursework or courses that can explain it, but also partners, coaches, individuals that can help bring those businesses along. Because our research shows that our businesses need a little bit more than just classes, right? So we need really hands-on approaches to things. And we plan and intend to be able to support businesses at the Main Street level, but also high growth potential businesses in our communities.
Yeah, I would agree with that completely. For the instructors, for example, or some other consultants to go out to the actual businesses after these participants or individuals have gone through a certain level of in-classroom training, the combination of those two efforts have really demonstrated great success.
Yeah, so one of the things that we are working on is that there really is no end date to services in what we're providing. And so it's not just a lockstep program that after, say, a 2 or 3 year process and you graduate out and attempt to fly. This is once you're a client, you're a client for life, and we'll do those exact things with continuing to be out in the community and to help work with those individual businesses to ensure success beyond year 3 and 5 and 10 and 15 and whatever those needs grow into as those businesses continue to grow and thrive in the community.
Thank you.
Well, first let me say I'd hate to think sophisticated only applies to other groups instead of communities of color or those who represent underrepresented communities or diverse communities. But I wanted to first thank you all for what your commitment will be to this center, and I also want to make mention of the history of Henrietta B. Foster. And a lot of folks do not know who this woman was, and some of us do, but she was born in Longview, Texas, and she graduated from Douglas High School. But the key part to this woman is she was the founder of the Neighborhood Association for the Harrison-Walnut area, which is adjacent to where her center is right now located. And we've always called it the Foster Center. However, now we will call it by that full name, Henrietta B. Foster, and the legacy of which she worked tirelessly to make sure her community was well taken care of in the efforts of education, community, and growth. And these are the pillars, I would say, that you all are working towards in this effort. And when we talked about how this would happen, how this would look, how this would work, it took quite a few different conversations in the interim just for us to get to the space of saying that this would be a part of what we wanted to see for the Innovation District per se, but most importantly for our community that's located within Northeast Oklahoma City to be served, to also have that stature of excellence that we know comes from the legacy of not only Ms. Foster, but the legacy of those that have served and lived within this same area in our community. So I say thank you. I know this is a task, a daunting task in some ways, but a joyful task at the same time for us to be able to serve those that we know, especially that we've seen in the last couple years have had to either decide to shut their doors or use other resources in order for them to survive. And I know that's not easy. And I just read a couple of articles of a couple of restaurants today that have been open for over 40 years that have decided to shut their doors. So we know these types of entrepreneurship opportunities are needed everywhere, but especially within the areas that we plan to serve. So I just say thank you to all of you in your commitment to this process. And I know we're all looking forward to seeing the newly renovated Henrietta B. Foster Center for Minority Entrepreneurship. So thank you all.
And I'll just add briefly, for anyone who missed the Maps 4 presentation on this item, there's on YouTube. Go watch that, and it goes into even more detail on what they've done just from serving on that advisory board. And I'll just look forward to working with you all in the weeks and months and years ahead to address some of the stuff we discussed. And to echo what Councilwoman Nice was saying, I'm very, very proud of the work you're doing. So look forward to working together. Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
David, you want to introduce the next speaker?
Yes, thank you. Item D, similarly, another binding term sheet, but Diversion Hub has been operating in Oklahoma City previously, and we get the opportunity to build them a new structure where they can continue to do the great things that they do. Megan Taylor is here today to talk about Diversion Hub.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having me. It's a true honor. My name is Megan Taylor. I am the Executive Director of the Diversion Hub in Oklahoma City. Purpose of the presentation is to be quick, so I have a flow chart of our intake and the continuity of services, as well as our on-site partners and quick bios on our programs to supplement this presentation. The mission of the Diversion Hub is to connect justice-involved individuals to life-stabilizing resources and services to help them become self-sufficient, stable, safe members of the community, thereby reducing their encounters with the criminal legal system. We got started several years ago. We were embedded in 2018 in the Oklahoma County Public Defender's Office. At that point, our goal, our strategy was truly to learn from the individuals that were impacted the most from the criminal legal system, as well as the key stakeholders. Through that work, we learned where the gaps were in the system and where we needed to start our work to make the biggest impact in Oklahoma City. Today, we serve citizens in our community that are facing pretrial, probation, Oklahoma City federal, and Oklahoma City municipal charges. We serve these citizens through our case management, justice navigation, misdemeanor diversion, failure to appear, and probation compliance programs. All of these programs follow the model of having all of our supportive resources and services under one single roof, so as to remove the inherent barriers with trying to travel throughout the city to meet all of your needs, while also trying to be compliant with the complicated criminal legal system we have here in Oklahoma City. The coordinated collaboration also serves to reduce service duplication and increase client engagement and success. There is a ton of agencies doing incredible work in Oklahoma City. Our goal is to continue to harness the expertise of those community agencies and help those most impacted by the criminal legal system gain success and have better access to the needed supports so that they can gain compliance with the criminal legal system. The impact that we want to continue to have in Oklahoma City would be to increase public safety, relieve the pressure of the Oklahoma County jail and prison population, and provide better access and navigation to those impacted by the criminal legal system. Thank you so much. I wanted to leave some time for questions, but again, it was an honor for you to have us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I've got one. So, when you first put together the concept or proposal for the Diversion Hub, that was perhaps 3-4 years ago, or even longer?
We started the work in about 2018 doing a citywide needs assessment. And so as we were learning from those impacted and the stakeholders is when we started developing the model to make sure that we weren't duplicating something.
Correct.
So yes, several years ago.
So fast forward 4 years, has that changed in terms of your needs from a facility standpoint?
The need, we're constantly learning from the clients that we're serving and the citizens. What we're learning is the services that we need on site and those providers and those classes in order for those individuals to be the most successful. So we started with very few partners on site. We actually now have 10. One of them is not added on there, so I apologize. And with more square footage, with more space, we'll be able to increase those community partners on site and serve more individuals in the criminal legal system in Oklahoma City.
Okay, so my thinking is going the opposite way.
Okay.
With continued developments in terms of technology, is greater office space necessary, or can you get by with less space these days in terms of with the use of technology?
Serving this population is not simple. So being able to meet the needs of the clients, meet them where they're at. If we are leaning heavily on technology with a population that may not have access to technology, we are not serving the most vulnerable people in our community. Although we would like to be innovative, we would like to be able to streamline services through technology, and we will continue to provide that where we can. We also have a significant amount of clients and community members that don't have access. And so being able to get picked up by our Diversion Hub shuttle from where they're staying, perhaps a transitional shelter, brought to Diversion Hub to meet with all of the supportive services under that one roof, we see as more effective and more impactful over time.
Right, and I'm not disagreeing with that, but let's take this example a step further. Let's say the lead person that's going to have most contact with the individual is housed in your facility. Couldn't they, through the use of technology, bring in outside agencies to a meeting to where you have the individual that's being served, the lead person, and then instead of having a related organization housed in your facility, you're able to do that remotely through technology that you have at your facility?
That's always something we're exploring. We have technology at Diversion Hub. Social service providers, when we are trying to staff cases and staff how to best meet the needs of clients and coordinate multiple layers of need, all while also trying to achieve court compliance, it may not be as simple as hopping on a Zoom call. The social service network is overworked. They have volume, and so as much as hopping on a Zoom call may be easier, in this world, having that face-to-face interaction and also bringing in the client is more impactful. With that being said, always trying to, if we can hop on a Zoom call, if we can call another agency to have that conversation about services, then obviously that's something we're going to do, especially with the volume of need within this kind of intersect of clients.
Thank you.
I'm really encouraged by the growth of the on-site partners. Do we have room to add additional on-site partners, and how is that working?
So at the current facility, we are set up in a kind of collaborative space. We have 7 on-site client meeting rooms with intake Monday through Friday every morning. Our partners are also seated where our case management and justice navigation team members are. At this point, we are getting creative. We have been getting creative for quite some time. We have utilized closet spaces and kind of moved them around a bit. And we'll continue to do that. But the reality is working with the criminal justice system and constantly pivoting and making sure we're meeting the need means we need to have the space available.
Well, keep up the good work. Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we're on the overall PPA agenda. I would note that for whatever reason, Golf Commission appointments are always listed under PPA, and so I do have one more appointment here on item E. But we can take items A through F with one motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, I'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene the council meeting, where we are now at item 9, the consent docket. And item Y was deferred. And we have presentations on item BY and BZ. And that is it. So if there's anything else that a council member wishes to discuss or have a separate vote on, now is the time to speak up. Hearing none, we'll start with the presentations at BY and BZ. And I guess, so BY, I'll go ahead as David or whoever is making their way up. A little introductory statement. You know, we had some really unique, we had some strong economic growth in the last 2 years, but also some unique historic inflationary events. And it really created a situation where we had an enormous excess revenue that we could already foresee, even using the conservative methodology utilized in 2019. And we would be in the unfortunate situation of asking projects to cut back while we're sitting on a pile of cash if we didn't do what we're doing today. And so I commend the city manager and his team for putting all this together. It's a little complicated in a sense, but it's also a very simple concept. It's rebalancing what we know that what we feel comfortable we're going to receive over the next 6 remaining years of the MAPS 4 tax, and making sure it's available to the 16 priorities that we identified and the voters strongly endorsed in 2019. So with that as a little bit of an introduction, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, I appreciate that. This really is something very unusual that we haven't done in the past, but it's a very unusual circumstance. And Chris York, our budget director, is going to take us through a few slides and just explain to us some of the factors that have led to this. But the reality is the significant growth in sales tax that we saw over the last year or so has really set us in a different position. And we looked forward using those same, as Mayor said, conservative projecting methodologies to project the sales tax at the end of life of the tax. It ended up showing that there would be more funding available than what we'd originally projected. And because of the inflation on construction projects, it just led us to this conclusion that we needed to come back and evaluate this. So I'm going to let Chris walk us through this. David Todd is also here to answer questions if we have questions related to the projects. And we'll talk about the methodology of how we recommend allocating the funds.
Thank you, City Manager. So just a couple of facts to get us oriented on the MAPS 4 program. So the MAPS 4 sales tax started April 1st of 2020 and will expire 8 years later, April 1st of 2028. The initial revenue estimates that we're referencing were for $978 million to be collected over the life of the tax. We arrived at that $978 million number using a very conservative growth estimate. To give you some context on that, when we look at sales tax growth over the last 10 years, we average about 3% year over year. The number that we're using for the MAPS 4 program was less than half of that. So we took a very restrained approach to that. The forecast considers that over the life of 8 years, we might encounter 1 or 2 economic downturns that would impact our revenue collections. There are a couple of factors that Craig mentioned regarding impacts to the MAPS 4 program. One is the unprecedented sales tax growth over the past year, which we'll talk about. And then also the inflation situation impacting our construction costs. I'm going to focus on the sales tax performance. The MAPS office is better positioned to brief you on the inflation on construction costs. So just jumping right into it, this chart helps illustrate the history of collections starting in May of 2020 all the way through July of 2022. I find it helpful to break this up into pieces. So if we look at that first year starting May 2020 for that first 12 months, you'll see the blue bars are our collections, the yellow dots are our targets. And you'll note that we missed our targets 11 of 12 months. Unfortunately, the rollout of the tax coincided with our COVID-19 pandemic, and so that impacted our total revenue collection. So we ended that first year at about $7 million total to date under where we thought we would be. The good news is as we look at the following year and then a couple of extra months up through July of 2022, we exceeded our targets for every single month, and we more than made up for the shortfall from that prior period. So if we fast forward to July of 2022 this year, we've collected about $12 million over what we projected, or $270 million total to date. And so that brings us back to that conservative revenue estimate that we were discussing prior. If we use that exact same assumption based on the receipts that we see here over the life of the tax, we would project that we're going to collect an extra $100 million above the original $978 million. On this next slide, you'll recall the 16 projects that were approved as part of the original 2019 implementation plan. In the first column, we've broken that out by what was approved for their capital allocation at $867.5 million. A number of the projects wanted to reserve some of that for future operating costs at $110.5 million, which gets us back to that $978 million number in the total allocation from 2019. The amended revenue column, the far rightmost column, has some very simple math going on. It's the additional $100 million that we're forecasting to receive over the life of the tax, and that is broken up proportionally by each of the 16 projects based on what they had initially allocated for capital. And those are those totals there, and that is the starting point for our recommended revisions to the plan. But there are a couple of areas where we deviate from that, and I want to call those out for you specifically on this next slide here. So similar, we have the 16 projects. We're starting with the $978 million total allocation in the first column. Middle column has adjustments to the projected revenue, and then we have a new revised 2022 allocation total on the far right column. I've asterisked a couple of those totals where we deviated from that pro rata calculation that we showed you on the prior slide. And those are going to be for the Paycom arena and practice facilities. You'll note that it shows a $1.2 million increase rather than the $13.3 million pro rata calculation I showed you on the prior slide. And that's in working with the Thunder, they've agreed to reallocate a portion of their amended revenue to help support the Fairgrounds Coliseum. They are keeping an increase of $1.2 million to be used for their practice facility. Likewise, 2 rows down, the Fairgrounds Coliseum amended revenue shows $19.3 million. So 7.2 of that was from that same pro rata calculation based on what they already had allocated, plus the additional $12 million from the Paycom project gets you back to that $19.3 million amended revenue total. And then finally, I have a couple of call-outs with regard to operating expenses. This doesn't change the pro rata allocation. I just want to make council aware of it. So the Clara Looper Civil Rights Center has requested that we use the same formula that we originally used to divide their 2019 allocation of $25 million between capital and future operating. So that was a 64% capital, 36% operations. So this amended revenue that we're showing here of the $1.8 million will add just under $1.2 million to their capital fund and another $663,000 plus to their future operations. Similarly, the Family Justice Center advocates requested that their new allocation of just under $4.4 million be deposited into a future operating trust because they believe they can make do with the original capital amount allocated to their project. This program didn't have a future operating fund associated with it in the original 2019 MAPS 4 resolution, but it's something we can easily accommodate with a council's approval. That's all the call-outs that I have today. But we can see that the recommended revenue allocation increase gets us to $1.078 billion for MAPS 4 allocations. The resolution today approves the reallocations to each of the projects at the project level and prompts the advisory board and the MAPS office to update the implementation plan. It does not address sub-projects. The intent there is that those changes would flow through the advisory board and come back to council for approval. That's all the information I had to share with you today, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
And also, just to reiterate, it's already been mentioned by the mayor and city manager about inflation, but this will certainly help us to mitigate some of the effects of inflation on the projects. I can tell you that in the last 12 months, paint and coatings have been up 32%, reinforcing bars up 43%. Steel is really where we're having the most problems with steel joists, 43%, piping and tubing, 53%. Obviously, those will fluctuate through time, but this will definitely help us mitigate those problems.
Yeah, but it amounts to about a 10% bump for every project. And all of these projects are building something, and as you just revealed, I mean, it's really not a windfall, it's really bringing them closer to their original expectations. Councilman Greenwell.
Yeah. So no particular question. It was a great presentation, and I appreciate that. And it really does make sense in the way you're presenting that. I would just like to suggest that doing any kind of extended forecasting, whether it's on the expense side or revenue side, will often never achieve the accuracy that you'd like to be able to achieve. If, for example, we looked at the revenues on some of these comparable cities that had, some had growth similar to Oklahoma City, some did not, you can see a trend. Those that saw strong revenue growth in terms of sales tax were in oil-producing areas such as Fort Worth, in addition to Oklahoma City. Devon just announced $1.9 billion profits for the second quarter. More importantly, though, their operating cash flows were over $3 million, which was a record for the company. But we've seen those rates go in the opposite direction on a pretty quick basis. I'd say a significant portion of our strong revenue growth that we've benefited from come from the oil and gas industry. Again, as I've said, that changes sometimes overnight to where we're seeing dramatic layoffs, and then that has a negative impact on us. I would caution us in terms of trying to make long-term projections, both on revenue and expenses, and take every project as it comes along and look to see, are we still within what they were originally anticipating achieving? And if so, let's allocate the surplus on an as-needed basis. I think some of these projects are more complicated, some are less complicated. The more complicated projects, it's more difficult to accurately estimate the costs. Also, we're not taking into consideration those projects that are going to occur towards the end of the life of the MAPS program, which, just a side comment, if it follows MAPS 3, we're really looking like at a 15-year life. So I think we need to take that in consideration. But as long as the project is within the originally proposed scope, I'd say set aside this surplus and allocate it to those projects as they come online and we begin working on them. Because some of these won't need that allocation. Again, a lot of these costs that, David, you're talking about underlie, they're basic commodities. They go up and down in costs. We're perhaps at the apex right now. Anyway, what I'm trying to suggest is that we take these projects as they come to us and we allocate the surplus, as opposed to blanketly allocating this on a pro rata basis, which again isn't giving the necessary consideration to projects that'll finish up at the very end of the life, and perhaps allocating again to projects that won't necessarily need an increase. Some of these won't.
David, just a point of clarity, the implementation plan does reflect the expectation of inflation over the life of MAPS 4, right? Like projects that are in the end got a little bit more just based on that?
No, sir. The projects that are similar, youth centers is a good example. We budgeted those to account for inflation, but the overall project isn't accounted for.
Okay, that's kind of what I meant. Okay.
Yeah.
So I really think David's thoughts are worthy of consideration, and that he makes good points. And if history repeats itself, I believe we'll be coming back to look at this on several occasions.
And I'm just suggesting, as these projects come to us, let's give them the monies they need to complete them, they shouldn't suffer just because they're at the height of costs. So like the Fairgrounds Coliseum, let's fund that for whatever it needs today, but not pull all of the surpluses. I mean, again, some of these are less complicated projects, kind of like the southern part of Scissors Tail Park. I mean, how complex is it to bust up streets, bring in dirt, plant a few trees, and implement a couple of sidewalks? Isn't that all there is, David?
Well, occasionally. Occasionally you find a battery pit or something like that.
Yeah. No, I understand, and I was trying to bring a little bit of humor into it.
Hey, don't forget the pickleball.
What?
Don't forget the pickleball.
Oh, hey, I understand, and it's a great sport. No, it's very important.
Well, I guess what I would say is your whole argument is predicated on you saying that not every project will need a bump. I just don't see how that doesn't seem reasonable to me. We're only talking about a 10% bump for every project when you're hearing, construction costs, different commodities, 30, 40, 50%. Which of those 16 projects do you think will not need more funding?
Hey,
because I can't pick one.
I'm not an economist, and so I don't project how the economy is going to go, nor do I venture into weather forecasting. I think you're looking at the same results in terms of long-term forecasting. Like, we can predict what the weather is going to look like the next couple of days, but even Russell Evans, he struggles, and he's only projecting 1 year in advance. And I'd say the last 5 years, he's been off. I don't want to point to him right now and criticize him, because the economy, especially here in Oklahoma, has been very unique and has been impacted by a variety of sources. Again, the oil and gas industry, prices are up high. Devon's making historic profits. But just a few years ago, we saw numerous layoffs in that industry, and it impacts us, regardless of what we'd like to say. So I'm just saying, keep that surplus there, and as these projects come to us, if they're in the same scope as what they were originally, let's fund them. Let's say, yeah, we know these projects that are occurring right now have experienced high inflation. We're going to fund those. But we don't know what costs are going to be like 5 years from now, 8 years from now. Some of these steel prices, because again, steel fluctuates. Labor costs fluctuates. In years when MAPS 3 was the only significant projects going on in our area, we were having contractors coming in from out of state just to bid on some of these projects because they couldn't get jobs anywhere else. So, and what that did was lower the overall price of some projects.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify too.
Yeah.
This is an allocation of funds, like what we've done on the MAPS projects before, starting at the beginning of MAPS, through the MAPS 3 and now MAPS 4. And we do have history that when a project comes in well under the budget, that goes back through that advisory board process. David could talk about examples of it goes back through the advisory board process, and there's surplus that's there if it's not needed for that project to be reallocated to other purposes. And so this is just the allocation. We still have design to go through. We have the bidding that we'll do and manage the projects, but we have examples of sometimes projects coming in and being bid well under what was there for the allocation, and then it was available to be reallocated as surplus.
No, and I appreciate that, Craig, and that's a good point. But I think also there's a sense of let me give you an example. If we told you, go out and buy a SUV for yourself, and we're only going to give you $60,000, you might focus on a Chevrolet. But if we increase that up to $70,000, you might say, hey, that GMC is a little bit nicer. Or if we went up to $90,000, why don't I get a Lincoln or a Cadillac SUV? Because I can justify why I need that now that I've been allocated a higher amount. These projects, people are going to find reasons why they need that increase, even though without that increase, they might say, yeah, we could get by with the basic plan that we had originally, and there's no need to
And that's
bring
what-
in add-ons.
And I understand that, but that's where I would say that David and his team, working with the advisory board, so you've got the citizen oversight that's there, the resident oversight that's there that helps provide another check, and David and his team are trying to design to what the needs are, the facilities, to make sure we don't have unnecessary cost added in. And so we'll manage that the best that we can, but it's still trying to allocate based upon the methodology that we've used previously.
Okay, I'm just saying that I think people are going to be more inclined to value engineer when they've got a lower budget, which is the original budget provided for, and if they can come back to us and say, you know what, we're keeping within the same scope, but our costs have escalated. So now it's a time to reallocate this surplus to that project, is all I'm suggesting. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have a couple. I know one of the things that we talked about in the briefing, and I'll mention it again publicly, was that there's an equity issue for me in this. And I say I agree with Councilman Greenwell in this, that I would rather we do it in the way that we can just go ahead and finish this Coliseum, and the rest of this we work through, because I know we have all these 16 projects, but even as you look at these 16 projects, some of these are split in a way that there's 5 or 6 different things under that one project. And I have a concern when we look at those 5 or 6 things under one project, that there will still be equity in what gets funded, depending on what the priority is. So those are my concerns when I look at how this has been amended, and I thank you for the clarification of the Clara Luper Civil Rights Center as well as the Diversion Hub. But my concerns are, again, when I look at sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, streetlights, when I look at beautification, when I look at some of those, again, that have subcategories, my concern is the equity piece. And for us to have this additional $1 million, and I have just a whole block of sidewalk that I have in a community that's trying to get fixed because it's broken up, those are concerns for me, that we can't find a couple or $50,000 to help fix these sidewalks in a community for kids to be able to walk, and now we're allocating a whole extra $1 million in other places. So those are my specific concerns, but I would rather see us and feel more comfortable, especially with me sitting on MAPS 3 advisory board last year and understanding how we were able to reallocate dollars that came back in. And even for mentioning the one of our schools that we had from years back from Maps for Kids, that we ended up reallocating some funds for a school just within the last couple years to be completed and finished. So those are things that linger in my mind as we work through this. But I would rather we just, if we're going to get the Coliseum done, so I'd rather we just go through that process and then work towards the other things that we need for equity later.
One more comment, and I'm sorry.
Sure.
And excuse me for the lady with the Diversion Hub. I'm just going to, Megan. Yeah, I'm going to share my comments. I think in the last 3 years, I know we have, there's been a significant change in worldview or a paradigm shift in terms of office space. I still have close contacts with the national accounting firms. They're looking at reduced spaces of like 60%. And we're seeing that in other types of businesses compared to where they were in 2019 and their projections. It's just night and day in terms of differences. And it's not just related to accountants or other types of similar businesses. We're seeing large rental spaces like, the downtown buildings. They're remodifying their offices. What they're now doing is saving, say, a whole floor that can accommodate 200 people at a time, and the various tenants are now able to rent just that space to provide an office-wide meeting and then otherwise they're back to the 60% space. We're seeing that throughout. It's not just Oklahoma City, it's globally. Changes are taking place. And I'm just saying, let's not focus exactly on these projects that may not be started until another 10 years on today's needs, today's costs, today's revenues. Technology is going to continue to develop and change, and we may not have the same requirements or needs 10 years from now. And one thing also that came to mind yesterday with the Oklahoma City Public Schools passing their $1 billion bond election, maybe some of these youth projects could be modified in conjunction with this possible bond election, assuming they're successful, that would impact how these youth centers are going to operate. Or would the school district be willing to consider allowing government funds to come on and partner with their school district funds and to have some type of a joint project? Could save money for both entities, could enhance the services we provide to the youth. We just don't know. Anyway, there's a lot of questions. I just feel uncomfortable projecting what's going to happen 10 years from now, or 15.
If I could, real quickly, Mayor. Councilman Greenwell, I think you raised a lot of great points and great questions in there, and along with some really good ideas. But in my mind, I mean, just for planning purposes, we need to go ahead and allocate it, knowing that, as Councilwoman Nye said, the Citizens Advisory Board that's really in the weeds on this thing is going to be reallocating, just like we did with MAPS 3. As time goes on, you're right, 8 years from now, who knows? But the Citizens Advisory Board, this gives them something to plan off of, and then when reallocation as the projects really start to come to fruition, I mean, they'll be the ones in there doing the reallocation stuff that needs to happen. So I think for planning purposes, we ought to go ahead and approve this, knowing that it's going to change as time goes on. None of us can predict with any certainty what will happen in 8 or 10 years. But for planning purposes, I think we should go ahead.
Okay. Any other comments on this item?
Yeah.
We still have a presentation on the fairgrounds. Yes, James.
Sure, thank you. First, so what does happen when, now look, let me just preface this by saying I wanted an over $1 billion MAP project from you remember these conversations. So I'm ecstatic to see additional revenue going to all 16 projects. But what happens should the projections not hold? How does that work? We find out 3-4 years from now, the sales tax is, Lord forbid we have another pandemic or some external, but there's just, when you're studying economics, there are externals.
Yeah, first I would say that we have estimated this on a very conservative basis, that as we go forward, we could go through a downturn, and I think by the end of it, we may fall behind projections for a short period, but by the end of the plan, I would expect that we would exceed those projections. We have experienced that before in other projects, and you stop and evaluate. Do you look at taking other measures to try to fill those gaps, or you trim those projects back? It's really, you have to look at additional revenue, finding ways to generate additional revenue to fund the projects, or you cut the projects back. But I believe in the way that we've projected this, I've talked with Russell about it as well, that I still think with a 6-year period basically left, that we're still in a very good position. We've projected this in a very conservative way.
I appreciate it.
If I would just supplement that to say that I feel like Craig is partly in this role because he is so fiscally conservative. Some would say maddeningly so. And when he says that he feels good about this estimate meeting it, like I take that to Vegas. Like I take that to the bank. That to me is ironclad. I believe, if you get him in a private room, not on the horseshoe, and ask him, are we going to raise more than that? He believes that we probably will, and that's what brings me a level of comfort. I just don't believe that Craig Freeman would endorse an estimate that would ever come close to falling short.
I tend to believe that as well, based on my COPPA time with Craig. So yeah, it's, when I hear fall back, we would fall back to the original allocations. We wouldn't fall, you see what I mean? Like, so there's no chance of us like not doing what we initially said to the voters what we would do.
I can't say there's no chance of anything. We've seen a lot of things that we didn't expect. I'm just telling you, based on everything that we understand and know, I think we're in a good position on these projections. And when I say we would reevaluate the projects that are remaining and look to see what we can do to generate additional revenue or identify additional revenue to help fund the projects, or we would trim back what we would do in those projects, the level, maybe the square footage on a building, the value engineering that we were talking about before, if we fell short. But I'm very confident in these projections. I think there's very sound methodology behind the basis of the projections.
Good. When the subcommittee and advisory board is looking, for instance, at like the sidewalk, bike lanes, trails, and streetlights, and then as Councilwoman Nice was pointing out, there are different allocations for projects within there. You see this with parks also, for instance, or transit. Will budget and folk, will they use the same sort of proportional, like whatever initially, so like for instance here, 55 million for sidewalks, 20 for bike lanes, 8 for trails, 4 for streetlights. Will they take this projected additional revenue and just sort of proportionally go out that way? Is that what you're anticipating?
In general, that will be our intent, and that's what I plan on taking to the subcommittees and to the advisory board. But it's certainly up for discussion. That's what they're there for, is to discuss those things and see if that seems appropriate. Personally, I think it is, but it's for discussion.
And ultimately, our plan right now is that distribution within the projects would come back to the council.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So they would make recommendations on that. We are going to bring it forward to them with that same methodology of the proportional distribution. There could be a project where they feel like, hey, let's put more of this in another area. They'd bring it as a recommendation to the council.
The resolution says directs the Citizen Advisory Board to follow the spirit of what we're doing here today.
Thank you all.
Okay, any other comments on this item? Okay, I know you got some.
Yes, we do have
BZ.
one more presentation on the Coliseum project. We have the final plans and specs, and we're ready to bid that project. David?
Right, very glad to be bringing you final plans and specs for a project that's long overdue, replacement of the arena at the Fairgrounds. Travis Pauley from Populous is here. I think this is his 16th time to give this presentation, so
There's
I'd
a
like
jacket for that, right?
I'd like to bring Travis up.
Thank you all, thank you. It's not been the exact same presentation, so it's a little bit different, but I tried to throw some new things in here so you guys aren't too bored. So hopefully you get to see some new stuff. Am I clicking with the mouse today? All right. So we'll look through some of what we looked through before, and then we'll see some new stuff as well. We're really excited to be presenting the final plans and specs here, and hopefully get this thing going in reality very soon. So we all know where we are out at the Fairgrounds here. We got I-44 and I-40 running on our west and south boundaries. Our main entry into the Coliseum area is going to be right there off May Avenue on Gordon Cooper Boulevard, where you see that orange arrow. So we're replacing the Newark Arena. It's served us very well for nearly 60 years now. Full all year round, over 250 event days a year out there. Currently the largest economic impact of any publicly owned facility we have here in Oklahoma City. And we're putting the new Coliseum right there up next to it, with the intent that the Newark will stay operational throughout the construction of the new Coliseum. You can also see a couple of those utility restrictions that run on the north and south sides. That is kind of what governed how far out we can pull that new Coliseum, so we are overlapping the Newark just a bit at the entry there. That's also kind of what gave it its unique shape, is those utility restrictions. The other thing I'll point out here is that expanded parking on the kind of lower left portion of your screen. That is going to replace the parking that's being overtaken by the Coliseum. That's a separate project that the Fairgrounds is currently doing. So since this will be overlapping the Coliseum and we want it to be operational throughout, we'll have to do this in phases. It'll go from phase 1 in your lower right-hand corner will be the removal of that entry area of the existing Newark Coliseum to make room for the construction of the new Coliseum. Phase 2 is your upper right, the construction of the new Coliseum. Phase 3 would be the demolition of the Nork. In that phase, we would use a temporary pathway that you see in blue there that goes south of the Nork to get people from the Super Barn area to the new Coliseum. And phase 4, would be the finish out of that site and the show office area where the Coliseum existed. So what that looks like up close when all said and done is this site plan right here. You'll see the plaza on the north side. You'll see that area that's defined as a future or temporary connector right there between the Super Barn and Coliseum. We know that's a really important part for the long-term operations of this facility, just not part of this project at this time. So once that comes on board, that building would come all the way across. The plaza would extend all the way to the Super Barn in that area above. But you can see there, coming down Gordon Cooper Boulevard, like I talked about on that first slide, you're going to be coming right into that main entry plaza and main entry element, so it's going to be a really nice entry into the new Coliseum and into the Fairgrounds in general. And then our chiller yard and utility spaces are there on the south side. Looking at the floor plan, should look pretty familiar to you guys if you remember from last time. Not a lot of changes. We've just been further developing it and refining it with the Fairgrounds and the MAPS team. Your main entry is there on your right side of your page at the main entry lobby. We've got a retail space and a ticketing area right off of that. As you go around the top of that space, we've got some locker rooms there in orange, our main kitchen area, and then we've got a secondary lobby there in the upper left-hand side. A little bit of a unique facility in this because we've got the people coming from all the parking area for our public events that are going in that main entry, but we've also got all of our competitors, fairgoers, people like that that are going to be coming in from the left side of your screen. And so we've got a secondary lobby there, the north lobby, that they'll be entering into. Just below that, we've got our big back of house west area that will eventually connect to that connector, where they'll have staging and pinning for all the livestock and equine events, along with a big return alley that goes down the lower half there. So those animals and other events can come right through the arena floor to the back of house east, and then through that return alley and back towards the super barns. The lower half there is filled with the utility, maintenance, mechanical, crew space, and loading dock area that you see. And then our second floor is our main public concourse. So everybody will be getting to their seats from this floor. One of the unique things about this Coliseum compared to, say, the Nork or a lot of them that you've probably been to is no matter where you are, you're walking around the concourse, you're going to get a view of whatever's going on in the arena bowl. So if you're going to the concession, you're still going to be able to see the scoreboard. You're still going to be able to see into that bowl area no matter where you're going. So coming up that main stair there on your right side, we've got a nice big open concourse, about 18 to 20 feet around the whole area. We've got some extra space there for vendors and exhibitors on that left or that right side. And then throughout the concourse, you'll see those areas in kind of the purple color that are amenity spaces like our concession stands and our lounge space and our bar space. And I'll note some finishes and materials on those a little bit later. So you can see where those are located. Specifically, that's concession stands, one in each quadrant of the concourse, so nicely distributed throughout. Then our lounge space on the left side and that main bar on the right side. As we go up above all that, we've got our catwalk, of course. We've got 6 recessed platforms for spotlights up there, as well as our rigging beams that go all the way across the arena to give them maximum flexibility. That's something they don't have right now. That'll be a big improvement for them. And our roof plan, pretty straightforward and simple, 2-way sloped with our mechanical roof wells on each side. So as we slice this thing in half, you can kind of see how it all comes together. Those mechanical roof wells that I just talked about are there on each side that are going to be shooting straight into the arena bowl. Really efficient way to lay out the space for us. Saved us a lot of cost and efficiency there. You can see that rigging beam going across the entire arena floor right there. Give them the flexibility to set up any sort of stages they want. Our main concourse going all the way around, and our bowl, of course, is raised up about 6 feet from our arena floor. For those equine and livestock events, that's really the ideal setup. And then when we have full floor events, portable bleachers will come in to go all the way down to the floor on those events. So just zooming in a little bit better view of that, you can see those recessed catwalk platforms for the spotlights and things like that. You can see how that mechanical is coming into the bowl from those roof wells and our judges' platforms that we've integrated into the grandstands as well. One more thing that makes this a really unique facility for those events that occur within it. So as we come to the outside, this is the rendering you saw on the front page, and this is what you'll be looking at as you come down Gordon Cooper Boulevard, entering into the fairgrounds. So this is our main facade. We've got that really unique pattern that goes around the whole facade, inspired by the Native American Western patterns that we see throughout the state, as well as that dynamic movement of the activities that go on within the Coliseum. And that goes all the way around. We've integrated the big OKC that you can see there on the left side. We wanted something big and bold and graphic that you could see from the highways. If you recall that first side, those sides are going along the west and south side, so something big that you can see all the way out from there, an identifying piece. And then we've got our nice big open plaza space on the fairgrounds side that they can use for a multitude of functions. We've got power, water, all that good stuff out there so they can do whatever they want out there. As we get inside the space, here's kind of the palette that we're looking at throughout the space. This is our main entry lobby with the big OKC element there on the ceiling. We wanted something that when you've arrived, you feel like you've arrived. You know, making it to this place for a lot of people is the culmination of a lot of hard work. When you make it to OKC, you've made it to the big show. And so we see that as a really fun moment as they enter in to take their pictures and celebrate making it here. We've also got a big digital display. It could be a static or it could be digital depending on what the Fairgrounds does right below that. And then that's that main staircase that goes all the way up to our concourse level there. And then after this, I'll get into a little bit of our materials that we were looking at throughout the Coliseum. You can see some of them right here. And as we go into those actual materials, in the Coliseum and the concourse, we've got a pretty neutral palette throughout. We did go with not a pure white because of the dirt and the dust that gets kicked up in there so often. We wanted something that hides a little bit better. So we've got kind of those beige tones and then the accents of the charcoal and the wood throughout that you'll see. And then throughout that concourse space, we wanted to create special moments throughout at those points that I pointed out, those concession and lounge and bar spaces. So that's where we've really brought in the pops of color, the unique textures, and the kind of exciting areas around the concourse. So this is our atrium bar on that planned right side that you saw with the neat copper tiles and the bold black and white back behind the bar. On the other end of the Coliseum will be our lounge space where we've brought in some blue tones to tie into the band that goes around the arena on the actual arena wall, some brass tones to really make those areas pop out. On the outside of that bar, we'll have the textured tile on the concourse side with the brass portals kind of announcing the entries into the lounge space. We've got our suites that kind of carry that same theme and the same tones, but with a little bit of an upscaled look on the wood wall and the charcoal tiled walls. And then around the concourse, those 4 concession stands that I pointed out in our floor plan, that's an area where we saw to bring a little bit of fun, a little bit of color into the concourse, break it up a little bit. And we saw it as a way to also utilize for wayfinding as well. So not knowing what's going to go in those concession stands and not wanting to hold them to a certain food type or vendor, we thought, well, let's use the location within the Coliseum to use as our signage and then color code each one of those so you can say, hey, meet me in Champions Corner. It's the blue one over here in the corner, or the East Grill. It's on the east side. And so we labeled each of those accordingly, and we took inspiration from all the signs that we see around Automobile Alley or Stockyard City, or those kind of neat vintage retro signs that we see all around the city as our inspiration for those concession feature walls that you'll see throughout the concourse. And then our signage, of course, ties into all that. We're tying everything together and making sure we have a really nice cohesive look throughout the facility. So really nice signs that we think are modern, upscale signs, but also timeless signs that fit with the character of the Coliseum. So construction budget, this numbers that you see there on the top are outdated as of about 15 minutes ago. So we can't take those too seriously, but the overall budget there is about $102 million coming from MAPS 3, MAPS 4, hotel tax revenue, and then the FF&E and other, which we just learned how that's going to be allocated. Our latest estimate is right there at that number, about $102 million. We are carrying a few alternates on this. One is the food service equipment. So the way we've done all of our alternates is we've included anything that is essential for the function of the Coliseum in the base bid. The alternates are extras that we think could come at a later phase if needed. So that's some of the food service equipment. And when on the graphics and signage, that's mostly our decorative signage. So all of our wayfinding signage, code required signage, and things like that are included in the base bid. We also have a few other alternates that have been added since this slide was created that are mostly related to the telescopic bleachers and what level of seats those have. One of them is a deduct alternate to do plastic seats instead of padded seats. So just looking at making sure we have the flexibility to manage those if needed to, and the decking and things like that on the telescopics. So our anticipated schedule, we're right here on schedule. We've submitted our final plans and specs to MAPS. We're looking to get final approval hopefully today and immediately bid this thing out and get going on it. So that'll be in August. Hopefully construction will begin right after the fair this year, and we're hoping to complete that in spring of '24. And that's what I've got for you all today. Thank you very much for having me, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any comments or questions on the Fairgrounds proposal?
A quick one. A quick one. Technology-wise, is it state-of-the-art in terms of ability to use cell phones and things like that, and you won't be limited on accessibility? And then I didn't see much in terms of, is there a big screen, that kind of electronic technology available?
Yeah, so it will be. It's up-to-date technology. I mean, that's part of what we want when we're building a new arena, right, and why we're replacing it. So definitely we'll have all that. We've got everything from the USBs spread throughout on the drink rails as you go around the concourse to, of course, Wi-Fi and capability like that. And additionally, we write our AV and IT specs so that they, we know that that's one of the last things to go in, and that might be a couple years down the road for some of these big projects. And so they're written in a way that they will have the most up-to-date at the time, not even just now. So yes, that will be incorporated. What was the second half of your question?
That was basically
Okay.
One general
Big
question.
screen, yes,
Yeah.
there is a scoreboard, yeah.
So, will this facility be available if somebody wanted to have a convention meeting, and maybe someone else from the state board could address this? For example, this past year, the FFA, Future Farmers of America, traditionally would come downtown to Oklahoma City, but they couldn't get accommodations at the Paycom Center or something, and so they relocated to Tulsa. Could this accommodate something like that? Could the Fairgrounds Arena accommodate some kind of a meeting like that?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Kirk Slaughter with the Oklahoma State Fair, and the quick answer is yes, if there are dates available on our calendar. Year-round, we're trying to drive tourism spending into this community, to drive taxes, support jobs, and if there are dates available in between all these big world horse shows and state championship basketball, we'll take a look at that, definitely.
David, I'd add that specific meeting, I think, desires walkability between the venues. You know, I mean, they could get a bunch of buses, but that would have probably been a challenge there.
No, I
too.
understand, yeah.
All right, any other comments or questions on the Fairgrounds presentation? All right, well, that was the final scheduled presentation for the consent docket. So-
Mayor, my apologies, I couldn't find it on here, what I was looking for, but item Z, I need just some clarification if we can, please.
Sure. Go ahead.
I know we have someone that can speak to it, so I just need someone to help me understand.
And Craig has had to step away for the rest of the meeting, so we are joined by Assistant City Manager Aubrey McDermott.
Okay, well, I know normally I would have Mr. Varga, but I know as I'm looking at, I guess it's just trying to understand the definition of what is happening and taking place. And as I read the revision of the documents include that legal description and removal of the planned community building and parking lot from this home collateral, I'm curious to know exactly where we are and why this language is being removed.
Okay, staff originally submitted this to council back in May. The legal description we were provided by the developer was supposed to exclude the community building and the associated parking lot. For whatever reason, the legal description did not read the way that it should have, and when they went to construction financing, the title company discovered that error. So this amendment will actually revise the description to read as we originally intended.
Okay, so this is really just to clean up the language and correct.
Yes, that's
others.
correct. The less than accept language for the community building, which will have a market rate component, and the associated parking with that. The home funding will be limited to the residential portion of the project, which is the 20 apartments at Page Woodson, as well as the 20 townhomes that are going to be constructed on site.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, we could consider a motion for the consent docket. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to, by the way, I feel like I have to say that Mayor Norick is in the chamber, even though he was not on the docket. Did you want to say a word about the fair real quick? This was a fairly momentous vote for the Fairgrounds Coliseum project, which he has been working at for many years.
Well, for the public record, I'm Ron Norick. I live 3448 Brush Creek Road in Oklahoma City. Been here all my life, not at that location, but at that location, not quite as old as this building. You know, people probably think that building was named after me. It was not. It was named after my father, Jim Norick. He is no longer with us. He passed away 6 years ago. But I can assure you that he would be very happy when the Jim Norick Arena is removed and the new Coliseum is open. I can assure you that. He was a real supporter. It opened in 1965, and I was there when it happened. I was a little younger, obviously, but I was there. But on behalf of the 15 major horse shows that we produce in Oklahoma City, all those executives are extremely excited that this happened today. We'll notify them immediately. They've been talking about it for years. We started planning really this building to thinking about it over 10 years ago when it became apparent that the building was not going to survive much longer. When it finally opens in 24, it'll be 59 years old. So it's had its time. Currently, we generate about 185,000 hotel rooms a year just out of the horse facility alone. So that is really an economic generator that's providing not only the hotel motel tax, but sales tax for the city, which is allowing us to do what you are all doing here today, and that's increasing the potential dollars for MAPS 4. We have about 1.3 million visitors that come to our grounds each year, and these are actually your grounds. We have a lease with the city of Oklahoma City. We operate Fair Park on your behalf. About 47% of them live outside the state, and when you add the fair to it, we have over 2.1 million people that visit our property each year. And on behalf of myself as chairman of the State Fair Board, and Tim O'Toole, who was our president and CEO for 19 years, and Kirk Slaughter, who has been with us about a year, and the 100+ full-time employees we have and the 150 part-time, and then seasonal employees around the fair, another 350. We all say thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you in October when we have a groundbreaking. And then we hope to see you again when we actually open the facility sometime in the spring or late summer of 2024. So thank you on behalf of all of us and all of our customers, the city of Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
Thank you all. All right, that brings us to the item 10, the concurrence docket. We have items A through L we can take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. I now have to step aside and we'll turn the gavel over to Vice Mayor Cooper.
All right. Thank you. This takes us to item 11, items requiring separate votes. We have a resident, Joy Reardon. You have signed up to speak on all of them. Would you like to come up now and make some global comments? All right. And while she's doing that. And then just state your name and your residence, please. Thank you so much. You'll have 3 minutes.
Joey Reardon, 125 Northwest 9th, Oklahoma City. It's a little bit twist on my normal thing about the homes and everything else. I understand what saying, Mr. Stone, about the needing more homes and stuff like that, but we're still outpacing land for businesses, industry, stuff like that. And the other point I wanted to make is, and maybe someone can do a study on this, how many of those homes are ADA accessible? If you want to bring people in for the homes, how many of them homes that are built or being built in these neighborhoods are actually accessible for the ADA? People like me. Maybe someday I would like to own a home, be more accessible to that, but without actually having somewhere in Oklahoma City, within the core of Oklahoma City, having ADA compliant homes. And you've got to look at the gambit of ADA. And I have a question, especially for you, Mr. Cooper.
Hi.
What does 32 mean?
32.
We celebrated 32 this year.
Of the anniversary of ADA.
And on your MAPS 3 or MAPS 4 program, there's put more emphasis on the trail aspect of stuff, the bike lanes of aspect of stuff. A few months ago, or about a couple months ago, I got a ticket for walking in the roadway. I sent that to you, Joe Beth. An OCPD officer wrote me up for walking in the roadway because there was no sidewalks.
30 seconds, please.
That is, it goes along with all these changes and stuff. If you want, especially with the convention stuff and stuff that you want, well, I'll hold off. I'll be back. But that's, my biggest thing is ADA homes. If you want the workforce to come in, ADA homes. Thank you. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Thank you, Joy. Appreciate your comments. And I believe that takes us officially to item A and to Councilor Stone, Ward 4.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is an item requesting approval. Has anyone signed up to speak on this
We do
item?
not.
As you can see, it's had a long deferment list while we've been doing some work on it. I will tell you this, the final plat, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, the final plat was approved, no? Preliminary plat, thank you, was finally approved unanimously by the Planning Commission last week. And gee whiz, it was approved by the Planning Commission back in 2021. And so with that, if there's no questions or comments, I'll go ahead and move for its approval.
All right, we have a motion. We're looking for a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank
And
you.
I would just like to say thank everyone for their patience on that. It took a while to work out.
Thank you, Councilman. That takes us to item B and to Ward 1, Councilman Carter.
Thank you. Has anyone signed up to speak?
We do not.
No. Okay, so after going through an extensive amount of conversations with the developer and the residents around this area and moving through this, we've gone back and forth, which has brought us kind of to today. It's something I'm still struggling with personally, and so I am reluctantly I'm going to move for approval, barring that everything that we discussed and that we put through goes into the plats. So,
thank you. That's a motion. Looking for a second. And then cast your votes, council. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. This takes us to item 11C. We're going to go back to Ward 4 and Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is another item that was passed unanimously by the Planning Commission. It's basically a lot split of 6.5 acres into 2-acre lots, so 2 additional lots there. No one has any questions, I'll go ahead and recommend it for approval.
All right. We have a motion to approve. Look for a second. Sorry. Almost. Look at that. Cast your votes, council. Passes unanimously. This takes us to item 11D and to Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, this is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval for PUD 1072 to request and permit office and commercial development. And there were no protesters present. Has anyone? D? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm pulling up everybody else's stuff. My bad. All right, PC 10821, 1400 Northwest 112th Street from R1 to R2. And this is in Chisholm Creek, and this is to permit a 2-family duplex style residential development. And I believe, Mr. Grubbs, where are you? Help me with this, because if I'm not mistaken, we're just correcting this particular area to fit the rest of this space. Is that what I'm understanding?
Good morning, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. Yes, this was just a piece of R2 that was left out of the entire block. They didn't actually realize the error in the original legal description until they went to file for their building permit for the duplex and realized it was left out, so that's why we're here.
Yeah, so this is just a correction to this, so I will move for approval. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? And then cast your votes. Thank you. Passes unanimously. This takes us to item 11E and to Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 17800 Northwestern Avenue to C3 Community Commercial District. It's to permit office and commercial development. There were no pressed. Planning approved it, and I believe there's no one that signed up to speak. So if not, I will move for its approval at this time.
We have a motion. We'll look for a second then. Thank you, and cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you, council. This takes us to item 11F and to Ward 3, Councilwoman Young.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak?
We do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Thank you. Purpose of this request is to permit a single-family residential development. There were no protests at planning, and they recommended approval, as will I.
Okay, we have a motion, and we'll look for a second, please. We have that. Cast your votes, council. Passes unanimously. Thank you. This takes us to item 11G and to Ward 4, Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is really it's a cleanup on zoning. Most of this property is already zoned at RMH2 from R1, and had unanimous approval of the Planning Commission with no protests, so I'll recommend it for approval.
All right. We have a motion. We'll look for a second. We have a second. Cast your votes, council. Passes unanimously. Thank you all. This takes us to item, that was G? H, we're on H. We got it. That was B. Takes us to item 11H and to Ward 8, Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is another rezoning, and it is to permit a townhome development. Planning approved it on June 23rd, 2022. I'm not aware of any protests or anyone asking to speak today. So at this time, I'll move for its approval, please.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We do. Cast your vote, council. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. This takes us to item 11I, and we have 1 and 2, and also in Ward 7. Councilwoman, you have someone who has signed up to speak. Would you like to hear from them first?
Before we do that, I do want David Box to also just probably come sit in the front row because we're going to have to talk through this. And I had a feeling that at least one of my residents would show, and I know that's something that we're going to have to work through for this. So if you don't mind, we'll go ahead. And for reference, I know there was a meeting with some of the neighbors, and there was the agreement, as you see, for Part 1 to amend the master design statement for setbacks, to modify setbacks. So I knew going into the meeting that I had with a couple of different residents, they understood that was agreed upon. So I know there are still some other concerns, so that's why I want to set the basis of this particular conversation. So thank you.
Okay. So would you like David Box to speak first then, or the resident? Okay. We have an Andrea Corman who has signed up to speak. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
My name is Andrea Corman. I'm at 10,000 Harper Avenue, and I'm bringing that closer. Thank you. I hate microphones and lights. So I am just here. I am a homeowner. I actually own a property just east of the PUD, and we did have a meeting together, and they did move back the distance from the road, which I greatly appreciate. I still do have concerns about the road, which is Harper Avenue, that lies just east of the PUD. This is a one-lane road that is mostly gravel and a little bit of chip and seal, that is in different levels of disarray, and we have trouble getting it repaired because it is not a high density. And my main concern is changing and increasing the density of that area and the ability of if that road can withstand it or not. As it is currently, it is a one-lane road. We have 5 residents that are on it, and we're planning on doubling. They're going to put 4 more lots there. When I go to exit, if there's somebody coming the other way, there is no turnaround on that, and there is no shoulder. So I have to put my car in reverse and go back into my driveway. Same with the other trucks, and I also am worried about the construction traffic as well. There was recently construction traffic on that road, and I have to actually get out of my car and go find the general contractor and have them move their trucks so that I can exit. And that's how it is now with just 4 houses. I'm concerned about doubling that, and if the road and the area and the infrastructure as it is now can handle that. And that's my main concern.
All right, Ms. Corman, I appreciate you for being here with us. If you don't mind, I do want to see, was there anyone else that's with this? Okay, perfect. Mr. Box, if you can help me work through this concern with her before I move for whatever we do next.
Yes, ma'am. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, who's also here with us. Cindy, could you just play the site plan? Oh, okay. So we did have a meeting with several of the neighbors, and one of the things that we discussed in great detail was the street. In that meeting was also Berry Lodge with the Public Works Department, and we kind of walked through what this street network has in terms of capacity and what it has in terms of volume, and then finally the city maintains an index where all streets are rated within the city in terms of quality, so good to poor. And this street, based upon the low traffic, is actually rated one of the highest ratings that we have in the city. I can't remember the name of the index. Perhaps if there's a Public Works representative in the back, they could help me. So the other thing we think that came from this meeting was there was frustration expressed by neighbors about the inability to get Public Works to do anything when they do have issues. One of our hopes was that they now have a point of contact with Mr. Lodge, as well as perhaps some other people in Public Works, so that when they do have specific problems on that street, they will have somebody that they could call and they could go seek to get some help on that. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the computer, so I'm going to do my best to hold it up. So what we're talking about is a development that is broken into two tracts. Tract 1 is a 5-acre tract that'll have a single home, and then we have acreage lots to the east, and there's a total of 4. One of the concerns was on that east, and if you could see an aerial, you'd notice that there's a lot of trees. On the east, because of the trees, there was a desire to not have the houses closer to that street. So if you consider what a normal setback is in a residential neighborhood, it's typically 20 feet from a street. What we have done is made it an 80-foot setback. So we have 4x'd that setback to further push it back and to allow those trees to remain. The thing that is interesting in this particular tract of land is the comprehensive plan actually designates this as urban low intensity. Urban low intensity is typically what you'd see with 6,000 square foot lot, single family development. One of the benefits I think that these neighbors have is, although it's designated as urban low, there is no ability to bring sewer to the site. If we had to bring sewer to the site, of course, you would expect to see higher density, you'd expect to see way more tree clearing. And so we're trying to kind of thread a needle based upon a development that is proposed south, because the development to the south fronts on I-35. Once sewer touches that development, this tract of land would then be required to extend sewer. So if we can, move forward now, we will be able to do so in a manner that we believe to be compatible, because they're all acreage lots, and allow the same type of rural feel to exist there, and not bring that sewer, which would require more trees to be cleared. It is recommended for approval by staff, and it did receive a unanimous recommendation for approval by Planning Commission. We have made those changes to the master design statement as we discussed in the meeting with the 80-foot setback. Those changes have been incorporated into the document, which is why you see the amendment. And then it's also worth noting that we also have a separation off that the western line within Tract 2 to further preserve trees. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and discuss anything you'd like.
My question is, when we did meet with the planning people and all of that, the road that had been graded was actually Harriet. It was not Harper, where the entrance is going to be, and they were going to follow up to see if that was a street that was donated from the county to the city that the city accepted, or if it was a privately owned road, and they were going to send a crew out to grade that road.
The city was?
Yes, and so there are 2 different streets. Harper comes off of Bryant, which in the Tract 1, where there's 5 acres, that will enter off of that road. That road is wonderful. I mean, it is wide enough that you can pull over to the shoulder off the road and somebody can pass. What I'm concerned about is the street east of the PUD, where Tract 2 is going to be, where there are the additional homes. That is the street that has not been graded and has not been given, is not the highest graded like Harriet. So that's what I'm concerned about, and it is that easterly street, not the one that falls south of the PUD.
Excuse me, but has any estimates ever been mentioned in terms of cost of widening that street, especially since it's just gravel?
So when we talk to Public Works, the thought is, there aren't enough homes. I wish there was
The density is not
an
high
aerial, but
enough
there's just a handful of homes, and then our development will only have 4.
So even then, the density is not
No,
enough
I
to
understand,
get the attention of the
but I'm just thinking that the cost, hopefully someone might come in from Public Works to give us just a rough estimate. How long is this Harper Avenue?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
A quarter of a mile?
I don't.
It doesn't, it looks like it may be half a mile to a mile, but that's a guesstimate, and I am not an expert in this either.
630 feet
Okay.
is what
Hey, Debbie, could you give us a rough estimate as to the cost? We're talking about a development that's currently served by a single lane gravel road. How expensive would it be to increase that width to where you could have two-way traffic on a gravel road that's 600 feet long?
It is chip and sealed in parts, but it is washed away to where there's just gravel left. So I think it originally was.
Any rough ideas?
Paved of some sort.
Let me think real quick. For 600 feet, if you wanted to go through and do a chip and seal and widen it, it's usually about $100,000 to $200,000 for that.
Whoa.
If we had a contractor do it. Now, it could be possible we could have it done with city forces, but that would take some time.
And I want to reemphasize, she said Harper Street. So we're talking about Harriet Street right now in reference to this. You said Harper, correct?
Harper is the
Street.
road that is.
That you're referencing.
I don't think can withstand the traffic.
That she's referencing. As we look at this particular page, this is 630 feet of Harriet Street. Harriet Street is what has been graded. We have not done, to my knowledge, we may need to do some work on Harper Street to see what it is graded.
Well, I did some homework over here. To your point, Harriet has on the pavement condition index, there you go.
Yeah, it's great.
It's got satisfactory, somewhere between a 71 and 85. But Harper, since it's gravel, doesn't have a rating at all.
Right.
So we don't rate stuff when it's like that.
Are we sure if
We had
Harper...
the meeting, they were gonna check, I can't remember his name, the plant.
Are we
Ray
sure that-
Lodge was going to check into it, but I haven't heard the results, and you
Are
haven't
we sure
either.
that Harper isn't a private road?
I was about to ask the same thing, because on Google Maps, it literally, you cannot go north onto Harper after it, and not that Linder is much better.
On Google Maps, it changes it to Dorsey. There's several names for this road.
Yes.
It's either Linder /
So
Harper.
from Harriet to Marie, it looks like it's called Linder. That appears to be something that Google Maps you can go on, but like when you're doing, usually if it's going into a private road, Google Earth doesn't go do that, and going north when it turns into Harper before it turns into Dorsey might be a private road. So it sounds like that's kind of what is still being
And that's what
figured
they
out
were
by
gonna
Public Works.
determine.
Gotcha.
And I haven't.
So if you don't mind, this is what I'd like to do, because this needs just a little more thought, especially pertaining to Harper Road and what we're looking through. And if you don't mind, Mr. Box, please, let's stay in contact with Mrs. Corman, to make sure that we're working with her to at least answer her questions and her concerns, and especially on our city side as far as Public Works is concerned, that we meet that. So therefore, when we come back in 2 weeks, then we have clarification of what is what. And I know when we had our meeting last week, we were trying to decipher all those things as well. And it's still a bit confusing in some ways because of how you see Linder turns into Harper, which turns into Dorsey, which turns into all of these things. So I think yes, so we need some more clarification on that. So I am going to ask that, and I know this is not what we would probably desire, but just for my clarification, that we sit and talk through that part again so I understand what it is, and then we can move forward from there. But again, let's please stay in contact with Mrs. Corman so we can move forward through this together.
Sure, and my apologies, I had just assumed that Public Works would follow through. I will take the lead to ensure that Public Works follows through.
I appreciate you taking the lead on that. Thank you, Mr. Box. So if you don't mind, I will defer this for 2 weeks, and we'll bring it back to the table. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion to defer this item for 2 weeks.
And this will be item 1 and 2 unless I have to vote separately. Okay, thank you.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Did I understand we need to do item 2 as well, or it's all together? Okay. That defers item 1 and 2, and that will now take us, thank you, everybody, to item 11J and to Ward 8, Councilman Stonecipher.
This is an ordinance on final hearing to rezone 2717 Watermark Boulevard to PUD 1901. The purpose of this request is to permit a modified light industrial development. There were no protests. I'm not aware of anybody signing up today to speak, so at this time I'll move for its approval, please.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We do. Cast your vote to council. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. This takes us to item 11K and to Ward 6, Councilwoman.
Yes, this is an SPUD to allow some more density in our urban core, specifically 4 new structures on 1 lot, so I will move for approval.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Cast your votes. We have a second. Item passes unanimously. Thank you, council. This takes us to item 11L and to Ward 2. Is the applicant present by any chance with that? No. This was approved. We have a technical evaluation. Looks like that was part of it already. So with that, I would move for approval. Well, can I move for approval when I'm the vice mayor? I don't feel like I can. It's been done. Technically, no. We're going to go with technically no then to keep me out of prison. That's great. Whoever, if there is a motion in a second. Thank you. And then cast your votes. All right, item passes unanimously. Thank you, council. This takes us, we're going to hang out in Ward 2 for a little bit. Ward 2, we have item M. This item also, well, this one is to permit a bar on Portland Avenue at 2917 North Portland. Do we have anyone signed up? We do. Come on up. Yeah, state your name and your address. Tell us a little bit about the project, please. Thank
George
you.
Mendros, 5800 North Porter, architect, here on behalf of the applicant. And if I may, just give a little bit of history.
Please.
This business has been in business for over 50 years, functioning as a bar. And due to the law or the ordinance that was passed, that now if something lapses over 6 months, the license has to re-go through zoning and all that. So that's why we're here today. We met with Ms. Janice Powers in the last meeting and on site, and actually came up with a list of items. We've completed those items. So we were just asking today if we could get our certificate of compliance and the certificate of occupancy today as well.
Well, I don't know about those other 2 items that you're requesting. Is that a municipal council or city clerk question? Well, you were asking about what were the 2 additional?
The certificate of compliance and the certificate of occupancy, because we've already gone through all the inspections and everything. The last thing was the zoning to be signed off on. So we were hoping that we've already lost 3 months of business at this location because of that. So we're requesting if we could get.
Those are separate processes.
That's a separate process. You go to the development center for that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
But once we have the zoning done, they can do that.
Yes.
Happens
correct.
first,
Just waiting on
and then the
zoning.
development center can process your certificate of occupancy
Right, and then I guess the zoning is the last thing that to be signed off on so we can acquire those.
before you can get your final
Yes.
occupancy permits.
Correct.
Development center.
Okay.
So you're just a couple possible verbs away from that moment. It's true. Council, do you have any questions or comments? All right, once more, since I'm serving as vice mayor, I cannot motion this, but if we have a motion in a second, we'll look for that. And we do. Cast your votes, council. Passes unanimously. Do you know where to go for the development services?
Absolutely.
That's wonderful.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Ward 2 once more, item 11N. And this is at 2141 and 2145 on Northwest 30th Street to go from R1 single residential to SPUD. Mr. Box, would you mind joining us, please, and telling us a little bit about the project? And I think there was a small question I had for you that you're already aware of.
Yes, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So this is a lot that is, these are kind of like double wide, or excuse me, double length lots. And so what we seek to do is to increase the density. This is compliant with the comprehensive plan. So you can see right now we have the 2 houses. And so what we seek to do is allow the SPUD to permit us to have a lot split so that there are 2 additional houses that would front on Cash and Place rather than having the backyard front on Cash and Place. So it is compliant with the comprehensive plan. My guess is your question is relating to sidewalks.
Always.
My client is willing to install the sidewalks. At Planning Commission, we did discuss it, and the Planning Commission did not require us to, just because there is no network of sidewalks in the area. But if that is something important to you, we are happy to amend it to require the sidewalks.
Yeah, well, it's helpful and important because just up the road and I met for the first time my predecessor's daughters, Sam Bowman's daughters, and just a few days ago at an event honoring their father, and just up the road from Villa to May, we're going to be putting in some sidewalks in time, and we'll do a plaque or something commemorating Sam because of his advocacy for sidewalks. So I think you all contributing at this other end just becomes part of a very helpful process. So I just really appreciate you all doing that. Do I need to amend this?
Yes.
Okay. Can I do that as the vice mayor? How does that work? Does someone have to do that for us?
Joe Beth will do it for you.
I was going to say, I'm happy to make an amendment to force some people to build some sidewalks. So I will make the amendment to add I guess, would it be a technical evaluation? A TE of adding sidewalks to the development?
Thank you, Councilwoman.
It's
an amendment to
It's real.
Yeah. It's
Master design
It's just an
statement.
amendment to the master development plan.
Okay, well, then that one.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second for that amendment? We have a lot of popularity going on there. There we go. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then we would need to now vote on the amended item if we have a motion and a second. And we do. Cast your votes, please. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right. That takes us to item 11O. We're still in Ward 2. My understanding, however, is the applicant has requested to defer this. Would they want to speak on that? Or otherwise we can just, if the council would be, yes, hi.
So I'm not the applicant. I don't represent the applicant, but I did meet with the applicant and the opposing counsel who didn't want to stick around, and those two had agreed to a deferral and asked me to ensure that that happened. So it was both the applicant and opposing counsel. And I said I would be here, so. Nobody bought me lunch. No, this is a pro bono effort. So
Pro bono.
I told them I would share that message.
Well, thanks for your messaging services. I once more can't motion this, but if someone would like to, thank you, Councilwoman. We have a motion, and then we'll need a second to defer this for 2 weeks. Is that what you heard, or was it longer?
Longer. The month is what Mr. Dunn said. So that would be the 13th of September.
Okay. So that motion's till the 13th of September. We have a motion and a second to do just that. Cast your votes, council. All right. And we're done with Ward 2 for a bit. Thanks for your visit, everybody. Come see us again. Takes us to item 11P, And to Ward 3, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak?
No.
Seeing none, and Planning Commission recommended for approval with amended technical evaluations. I'll recommend for approval as well.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We do indeed. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. This takes us to item 11Q and to Ward 1, Councilman Carter.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm guessing no one's signed up to speak on this.
Nope.
So, feeling that we're just moving some parking spaces, I'll go ahead and move for approval.
Well, Joy, did you want to make a comment? I'm so sorry. I just realized. R and S. Okay, well, we're on R. Do you want to?
We're on Q.
Oh, I'm not good at the alphabet or constructing sentences. Forgive me. We'll continue. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Nothing.
All right, we'll get you in a second, Joy. We have a motion to approve item 11Q, and do we have a second? We do. Cast your votes, Council. Passes unanimously. This takes us to item 11R, and once more, Ward 1, Councilman Carter. And then we do have a resident who has signed up to speak.
Joy.
Joy.
Sorry.
You're fine, thank you.
I apologize.
No.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. When I originally looked at it, I thought it was taking away disabled parking. But it's actually, it says here, amending the limit of reserved parking spaces. Not exactly sure what that is.
We're increasing the limit.
That'll work.
Okay.
Are we
And I
increasing?
guess R with Ward 6 is the same thing, or establishing.
Or
That'll
item
work.
S.
I'm happy. Anytime it benefits the ADA, you got my vote.
Well, then with that, I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your, well, there. Now we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. This takes us to item 11S into Ward 6.
Yeah, so this is, like was mentioned, is a ordinance establishing reserved parking spaces for people who are physically disabled. And this is part of a larger project that connects with item T as well. This length of street has been resurfaced and not finished with striping as staff worked with the neighbor or residents, property owners in the area, business owners, as well as, I know this went through Traffic and Transportation Commission recently, to just kind of do an overhaul of the street. So this is just reestablishing, or really actually probably establishing for the first time, really clear reserve parking space for people with that disabled placard for their car, but is kind of part of a larger project of getting the street striping established. So I will move for approval.
All right, thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Indeed, we do. Cast your votes. The item passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. This takes us to item 11T. And Councilwoman?
Yeah, I'll move for approval. It's kind of part of that same process I described.
Thank you so much. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We do. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. All right, and I believe we're going to defer. We have a request to defer. It's already deferred. Item 11U, which takes us to item 11V, which is the first of 3 meetings An ordinance for introduction set for public hearing August 30th, 2022. And a final hearing on September 13th relating to nuisances. We have someone sign up to speak, give a presentation on this?
Yes, Chief Wade Gorley is going to introduce this. I think he's probably on his way up from the back.
All right. And this was deferred from August 2nd, so. There they go. Yes, please. Thank you.
Wade Gorley, Chief of Police. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon now. This ordinance change, it's an ordinance that we already have that allows us to take vehicles that are used in crimes, and these are related to prostitution, other prostitution-related criminal activity, drive-by shootings, speed contests, those vehicles that are used to elude a police officer during a pursuit. And we'd like to expand that to include vehicles that are blocking intersections. What started occurring around our city, and it actually began in discussions that occurred at major city chiefs about 3 years ago. I started hearing about this occurring in other cities, and they were really seeing a problem in that rise and the danger to the public that it caused. And what people are doing is they're using vehicles, sometimes ATVs, to block streets so that other vehicles can be in the intersections, or even we've seen them shut down I-35 in Oklahoma City and I-40, I-240, and they'll shut it down and then allow people to make what they call donuts, or they call them swingers, where the cars are just making circles in the middle of the road. They put these things on social media. And what we've also noticed with these groups is it's not just kids that are running around having fun that you might think of. These are criminal organizations a lot of times. And just last weekend, we had a group that, for lack of a better term, just terrorized the south side of Oklahoma City, south of I-240, shut down several intersections. They disregarded officers when they showed up. OHP and our officers were involved in some pursuits with these individuals, and some firearms were seized. We've had firearms seized from these individuals that were used in homicides. And so we'd just like another way to combat this that would help us in seizing these vehicles, and the process that's already in place won't change what we're doing. It just allows us to add that to the process for these vehicles. So if you have any questions, either myself or Attorney Orville Jones can answer, we'll do that.
Can you help me understand, so how will this address those things happening by just being able to seize the vehicle?
It's just part of it, because most of the offenses that occur out of these are misdemeanor in nature. These folks really hold a high regard to their vehicle. So by adding that teeth or that component to the ordinance, we believe it will help reduce the fact that these are occurring as much as they're occurring in the city right now, and they really are on the rise.
Can we get some data on these incidents occurring before we have public hearing in 2 weeks?
I can probably get you where the calls are, but most of the time when these occur, they're random and they're popping up, and so we're getting called to these events, and sometimes they're not there when we get there, so the data on it is hard to come by, but I do have some that we've been able to, some operations that we've been able to work where I can probably get you on those specific operations, the data that, or the activity that came out of those, the arrests and some of the recoveries.
Okay, I think both would be helpful. I think hearing what the calls are, because I think that would be helpful to understand where people are seeing this take place, whether or not, and how often maybe we're not able to, I guess, get to them when they are happening, but also when maybe we are, how many, like what the outcome of those are. So I think that both would be helpful in my case.
Chief, would it also be possible to learn, you mentioned that this was a national conversation that had happened for you all as chiefs. to learn about other municipalities that have enacted similar approaches?
I don't know, what those municipalities have done. I just know it's come up in discussions in major city chiefs as a problem that they're having trouble addressing. And I haven't, heard. This is something that we already had in place. We've had this in place since 2007. And again, all we're doing is adding this element now to these where vehicles are used to commit crimes. We're just adding this element to it.
But so it sounds like, to your knowledge, no other municipality has taken this approach as a deterrent?
I don't know if they have or not. I just know that, again, this is something that we've had, and it's a resource that we already have in place, and it just made sense for us to use that to help address this, since again, it's already in place as an ordinance.
I'm just, if we could find out heading into these next 2 meetings, if there are other municipalities who have taken this approach, I guess it would be helpful to know. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's always helpful for me when I see other cities taking on, when something becomes a best practice. I'm not saying I feel one way or the other about this, and I understand why you would take this approach, just based on what I heard. I just wanted to know if there were other municipalities that are also, so if residents ask us, we can say, yeah, San Antonio is doing this, or whomever, it would be helpful.
I can give it a shot. What I can tell you is we submit survey requests like this quite often, and we usually don't get very many responses back. So I'll take a stab at it and see what I can come up with.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
I just have a question, and I would also like the same information. So walk me through what would take place if this ordinance were to pass. If we aren't able to catch them in the act, if there is a video that reflects this car, are we going to take that car after the investigation? Or if we determine that this car was involved in doing donuts or hindering the traffic on a major street or highway?
Can you speak more to the process, Orville?
I discovered I have a hard time hearing sometimes up here, so I'm going to try this device. And the question was, I'm sorry.
I probably won't word it the same, so excuse me for that. But walk me through what takes place after this ordinance may pass if we are unable to capture this vehicle in the process. If we have found a video that comes after and we investigate, then do we go confiscate the car because of this ordinance?
The ordinance has a component that would allow that, but in the 15 years the ordinance has been in place, it's never happened that way. In other words, we've never gone beyond simply seizing a vehicle that was seized at the time that someone was arrested for using the vehicle in that manner. The ordinance does allow for it, but it also requires us to go to the district court and file a replevin action, and so we've just never taken that step.
I guess my question and concern is a twofold, because if we're unable to respond to some of these at that time for us to add it to this ordinance, my concern then comes after the fact. If we see that these cars or this vehicle, this tag is involved in illegal activity, by ordinance, does that define that we can do our due diligence as the police department or the city of Oklahoma City Police Department to confiscate that vehicle? So maybe I asked the same question, but just a clarification would be great.
Yeah, my answer would be the same. There is a procedure in place that across the board. It would be in any one of these different subject matter categories. If we were to discover a vehicle that we had lost, such as an eluding, we could go to district court and seek to have that possession of the vehicle returned to us so we could stick it in storage for 90 days. The reason these things don't generally come up is that there's also a provision whereby an uninvolved owner, even an owner after the fact, can reclaim the vehicle without it going through the 90-day hold, as long as the person who was driving that vehicle is not allowed to drive the vehicle. That pretty much undercuts most of the procedures that otherwise would be in place, because most cases never go anywhere close to a 90-day hold.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? All right, then I believe we have to vote to introduce this. Yes. Do we have a motion and a second for introduction? I have a motion. Not sure if we have a second. The screens are locked up? No. We have a verbal second from, there we go, and a technological second as well. All right, cast your votes, everybody.
I'll vote aye.
You have an aye?
I'll vote yes, please.
Okay. All right. Introduction passes unanimously, and there will be a public hearing at the next council meeting, and then a final hearing on September 13th. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Chief. All right, this takes us to item 11W. We heard the items that were stricken earlier, and then, sorry. Okay. And do we have anyone signed up? Oh, Councilwoman.
I would like to defer item E for, give me a couple weeks for that, please.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer item 11WE. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. And then that takes us to the larger vote for 11W 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and go to the resolution. Do we have a motion to pass the resolution? We have a motion and a second to declare these dilapidated. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Those structures are declared dilapidated. Takes us to 11X1, the public hearing for unsecured structures. We don't have anyone signed up to speak. Do we have any comments from council? Okay. That takes us to 11X2, the resolution declaring structures unsecured. Do we have a motion and a second? Oh, wait, we have someone. Yes, hello.
Hello, my name is Michael Turk. I saw you flash my address up here on dilapidated structures.
Would you mind stating your address, and did you not have an opportunity to sign up to speak?
I don't know, can't understand what you're saying.
Did you not have an opportunity to sign up to speak on an item?
I'm hard of hearing, my girl here, maybe she can help.
Do we have one of the items right there? Might be helpful if you want to wear one of those, if you do.
Did not sign up to speak.
Oh, I didn't sign up to speak?
They said, did you not? Did you?
No, I haven't signed up for anything.
Okay.
I got in here late, about 30 minutes late, but I've got all my paperwork where I'm taking care of business, you know.
Would you mind telling us your first and last name and your address, and then we have someone from...
Your name and your address.
Michael Turk, T-U-R-K, 3915 Morgan Terrace, Mustang, Oklahoma, 73064. And the property in question is 3045 Northwest 10th Street. And what I understand about this hearing is to determine whether I should board it up, which I agree it should be boarded up. But first things first, there's some people that are mentally off that claim that they have squatters' rights there. And I filed for a eviction. I filed the first part of the eviction, notice to quit. I got to get them out of there, and then I can board the property up, or I've got people standing in line wanting to buy the property. Now, where the property is right across the street from the Fairgrounds, and it is a ghetto-looking thing, and there's a lot of demolition work been done to it, and I know it needs to be addressed, and that's what I'm down here for right now, to address the situation and get it cleaned up, get the schizophrenic people out of the house, and get it boarded up, sold, or whatever.
We have both the councilwoman representing that area, and then we have Chad Davidson from Code Enforcement. So whoever would like to take it.
Chad, if we leave this on, you can continue to work with Mr. Turk, correct?
Absolutely.
before you all send out any contractors.
Absolutely.
Mr. Turk, I think that's what we'll do. We'll leave this on this agenda item on
I'm sorry, this must not be working.
the docket. Yeah. You can work with Chad over here. Mr. Davison, we have staff over here that you can work with once the meeting concludes
I'll get with you.
to discuss those options and making
need
sure
to
we
sit
get the
down?
address. Yep, we gotcha.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else signed up to speak, we are looking for a vote to declare these structures unsecured. We have a motion and a second. Cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Thank you, council. That takes us to item 11Y, 1 and 2, public hearing regarding abandoned buildings. I don't see anyone signed up to speak, which takes us then to the resolution under item Y2, declaring buildings abandoned. Do we have a motion and a second? We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes, council. Passes unanimously, declaring those buildings abandoned. This takes us now to item 11Z, 1 and 2. We have no presentations. This has already been before council. And actually, I'm going to step away for Z and AA. Okay. Do we still have a quorum if I step away? I think we do. Councilman Stonecipher, would you mind assuming just briefly while I step away the vice mayor responsibilities? Sure. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We are on 11Z and then 11AA, and then I'll return for AB1.
All right, we find ourselves at page 18, 11Z, which is a public hearing. Has anybody signed up for this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
And then at this time, can we move forward and accept a motion for the joint resolution found at item Z2, please? Being a little slow. It passes. Now we'll move to, staying on page 18, we'll move to 11AA.
Councilman Stonecipher, I
Yes.
have to recuse myself on AA as my primary employer is an interest in this.
Okay, all right. Well, do you want to exit and we'll call you when we get finished? This is a public hearing. I don't believe anybody signed up. And if they have not, we'll move on to AA2, and I'll entertain a motion for the joint resolution. AA2 passes. We'll now turn to page 19, where we are at, is it 11AA again? Is that right? At page 19? Huh? Okay, all right. AB1, thank you for your help. This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment. I'll entertain a motion for this confession. AB1, 11AB1 passes. Thank you. We'll now move on to 11AC1, which is also a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment. I'll entertain a motion. 11AC1 passes. We'll now move on to 11AD1, please, which is a resolution authorizing the firm of Collins, Zorn, and Wagner to represent the city, an employee of the city. I'll entertain
I would actually like to see if we can enter into executive session on that item. To hear
Okay.
more.
Would you like to make a motion moving us into?
I would love to make a motion.
Thank you.
In that manner.
It passes to move into executive session. Do you want to take back over,
Thank you
Vice
so
Mayor?
much.
Do you know where
Appreciate you, Mayor.
we're coming up on AE1, but we will need to address 11AD1 in executive session? Did that make sense?
Yes, it did. Thank
Okay.
you so much, Councilman. So we're on 11AE1. Do we need to go into executive session for this one? Would anyone like to make a motion to do so? Or?
We don't. This is the companion matter that we looked at, item 4A in the agenda earlier today, where Laura McDivitt got up and spoke. And this is just completing what we began with 4A.
Okay.
So I'd make a motion at this time to approve item AE1, please.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and maybe we do, maybe we don't. Yes, we do. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you, council. And then we will need to move into executive session for item 11AF, and that's to discuss the collective bargaining negotiations for the Fraternal Order of Police. Do we have a motion and a second? We do indeed. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll take both of those two executive session items concurrently. And now that takes us to item 11AG, claim recommended for approval, or we would enter into executive session. Do I have a motion to approve? Okay. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. All right, so that moves us into item 12, which is comments from council. Councilman Carter.
Nothing this week, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Young. Thank you so much. Councilman, oh, nope. Councilwoman Hammond. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I would like, before I begin my comments, a point of clarification, and that is pertaining to the prior vote that we made, item 4B. And according to Robert's Rules of Order, which I thought, and I had to reread again, looking at the motion that the mayor allowed to go through, according to item 6.3, subsidiary motions, they are a part of what we call those motions that can, because of the nature of my ask to refer, and that would be in item of that subsidiary motion. I'm looking for it. It would be 653. Because I asked for that to be referred, that particular motion took precedence over the main motion. So I just want a point of clarification for that.
I'll have to get the Robert's Rules of Order book.
Oh.
Amy has it. Amy's got it. No, give me the summary.
The summary? Okay.
That'll be, hopefully it's in here.
I looked in the summary, and I also had made sure I Googled to understand in relation to what my complete ask was.
Are you looking at it?
In the shortcuts.
Are you looking at it right now? Do you have the page number?
You have to go through six. They're labeled by the item number, not by page.
Okay. 6.
6.3. Subsidiary
She's talking about
motions.
in the
Oh, you're looking at the big book.
You need the big book.
Six. Say six.
This is still items from council.
23 or 3?
Item 6.3, subsidiary motions. And on the next page, okay, I'm sorry, 57 is the page, 6.5, which would be 6.53. As far as referring to a committee. And again, as I look at motions, and I know that's why I'm asking, because I have taken parliamentary procedure. And as I look at the definition of what a subsidiary motion is, I do need definition and clarification for such.
What we could do is go ahead and go into executive session, and while we're in there, I can look at that.
Okay, that's
'Cause you
fine.
can always bring it up when we come back.
I'll be bringing it back up, you bet. All right, so as far as my comments are concerned, I do want to first congratulate our Ward 7 council members once again, and I also want to commend my former Ward 7 council members, one who's starting her first semester at Grinnell University, and the other who is starting her first semester at North Carolina A&T University. So proud of both of those young ladies, and I know we'll be hearing more great things about their journey through college. So I just feel like a big sister bear talking about those young ladies and their accomplishments. Also, I do want to invite everyone tonight, if you are available and able, the Science Museum of Oklahoma, in relationship with the Smithsonian, they are presenting the Color of Care documentary, and they also have other community partners. This is going to start at 5:30 at the museum, and it's also going to include others as far as being able to have health screenings and have a panel with Dr. Angela Hawkins, who is a local OBGYN and one of our few African-American women OBGYNs that we have representing our city, to lead a panel discussion about this conversation. So definitely looking forward to that and hope people can make it out. Also, I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Green. He works in our HR department, and council, our vice mayor and myself, we had the pleasure of talking to him last week and meeting him and sitting at the table with him. So I just want him to know that it was a pleasure to sit with him and to hear his words. So very grateful that we have folks that work in our city staff that are passionate about what happens for not only their communities, but also within our city government. So very grateful to have that conversation with him. So I'll stop there.
Yes, thank you. Ward 8?
Nothing today, thank you.
Thank you. And then I would just say from Ward 2, I'd echo Councilwoman Nice's comments for Mr. Green. It was really nice to hear from him about how much he loves his work here in the city and just his kind words he shared. And it was also at that event, as I mentioned earlier, I actually met Sam Bowman, my predecessor, who passed away recently. I got to meet his daughters, April and Samantha, and they are just beaming. And it was so nice to get to tell them how much their father's work, particularly with walkability, means to me. And I did the math earlier. $7 million was what Councilman Bowman put in place for sidewalks with MAPS 3, and it was the first time since World War II, I believe, that we really did some investments in walkability. Is that about right? Sounds about right. One more time, sorry? WPA. Well, I mean, really early, that's right. It was around World War II we stopped, that's right. And so today with MAPS 4, using those numbers, we went up to 96 million for bike, sidewalk, trails, and street lights, and that's just going to make that first mile, last mile connectivity from people's homes just incredible. So I mean, $90 million worth of an increase. I just think that's incredible, and that's Ward 2. That's who we are. Like that's just it just runs through us, or walks through us, or uses motorized structures to be able to move around. we really care a lot about mobility in our ward for all of our people. Speaking of all of our people, I attended the very first commemoration for Pakistani American residents commemorating the 75th anniversary of overthrowing British rule. It was an amazing event. It was well attended in Scissortail Park. I read Mayor Holt's proclamation declaring August 14th Pakistani Independence Day in that sort of way, the celebration of, again, overcoming British rule. And it was so lovely to see children dancing, giant cake that I got to cut. Chief Kelly was there from Fire, and I really want to appreciate him. Deputy Chief, oh my God, I cannot believe I'm blanking on his name right now. Oh my gosh. Nope, from police. Oh man, I'm gonna catch heck for this. Jennings, Deputy Chief Jennings, sorry. Oh my gosh. But speaking of Deputy Chief Jennings, like one of the things we both talked about right before the ceremony began is how much he and I love going to Sheesh Mahal, which is an amazing Pakistani restaurant here in our city, specifically in Ward 2. I love it so much, but the diversity of our ward, the diversity of our city, that event just spoke to that, and it was so cool to be able to participate. We also had representatives from other levels of government, Representative Cindy Munson, State Senator Julia Kurt, and then we also had the Edmond mayor there as well. So it was just a really neat event, and I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to join everybody, and those are my comments. Executive session now, I think. No, we have citizens to be heard. 11.
Can we do that first and then executive?
Let's do citizens to be heard. We have item 13 for that, and signed up we have Joy Reardon. If you wouldn't mind stating your first and last name and your address, and then we have a couple more. Yep.
See, I told you I'd be back.
Welcome back.
Councilwoman Nice, to the event that you were talking about, Bus 22 will take you there. For all the people that don't drive. You have until midnight. It's one of the nice night bus routes. Biggest thing is, in 32 years, as I was saying earlier, we're still have a long way to go for ADA. Why is ADA being constantly pushed to the background? I think as a city whole, we can do better. I have hopes that we can get that one ordinance changed, please. And the ordinance that I went to court on at city courthouse, I was convicted of walking in the roadway. And the subcategory of that ordinance is wheelchairs. Webster Dictionary defines a wheelchair as a self-propelled mode of transportation. My chair is a motorized vehicle. I have lights and stuff. I don't have a registration or a tag for my chair, but it's still a motorized vehicle. The affordable homes that y'all keep talking about, how many of those homes are truly ADA? And if we could work something with the city and the businesses downtown, especially the hotels and stuff like that, from blocking the sidewalks. If we want people if we want this to be a #1 city, we have to start looking at the ADA community. The ADA community is actually growing by 3,000 or
30 seconds,
4,000.
please.
Oh, how long? 3,000 or 4,000 people per every 6 months. A lot of people don't know that, and it's a lot of the stuff that, and these scooters. That's the last thing is the scooters. If we could do better on regulating them, giving the police teeth to do better, and the fact that holding these scooter companies accountable for people parking them in the curb cutouts in the middle of the sidewalks, because on any given day, I'm moving 20 to 30 of them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Joy. Appreciate you.
See y'all. I hope to see y'all in 2 weeks.
Yes, thank you. And then we have Reverend Legg. Reverend? You can come on up. Thank you. And just state your first and last name and your address for us, please. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. It's disappointing to find that the mayor, for the 4th month consecutive, has left the auditorium before hearing his citizens speak. And now Mr. Freeman has joined him, and we're just disappointed to find that that's their choice. Also, that so many of our council members leave the podium before hearing from the citizenry. But I thank you all for staying to hear what your citizenry think about your service to us. The signs of a hypocrite are 3. Whenever he speaks, he lies. Whatever he promises, he breaks that promise. And whenever he is entrusted, he betrays that trust. I value trust over skills. I've learned to do so because people can develop skills and use them in very dangerous and disparaging ways. I can't find my quote, but I've quoted him before. Our 37th President of the United States, Mr. Nixon. Presumably, he had skills. But he made a statement, and I am going to kind of quote him per se. The whole problem with everything is the blacks. And if you can figure out how to sort of mislead and devise tactics around what we're intending to do,
30 seconds,
and
please.
make it look like something other than that, then we'll be better off in negating the interests of the non-European American. Such savage mentality and line of thinking, popular in the 21st century, it seems, having upseated another president of the United States who obviously followed that praxis. But this is the house. We're living in the house that Jack built. dangerous grounds the house sits on, because the whole world watched that neighborhood that house sits in. And I submit to you that what they see should not bring us any pride. We are a diminishing country. We've lost our way. And I started this monologue, by saying that I hate to see that the leaders of this city steps out before they hear from their citizenry. Oklahoma is in a bad place of perspective, in my opinion.
We're at the end of the 3 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you and your time as well. That takes us to Ronnie Kurt. Ronnie, if you wouldn't mind stating your first and last name and your address for us, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Yes, I will. My name is Ronnie Kirk. I'm from 2328 Missouri. Last Friday, I was listening to a radio talk show. Boy, they beat our city councilwoman down. Beat her down. She don't do nothing, she ain't helping us. And I thought about that over the weekend. And I called them back yesterday. I said, she got an army of 93,000. And she's fighting the war all by herself. When she look around, they all gone. No. And I got a lot of inserts for you. Why should a man die because he didn't make the correct order? Why should he have to fight for his life because he didn't get enough French fries? I have something else in there that goes along with that. I am not a prejudiced man. My wife was mixed married. Kalia Rodriguez. She was Oklahoma's gymnastics, when they had the gymnastics here in the naughty comedy competition. She won. Today, she's married. Her name is Miguel Rodriguez Kirk. She married a Spanish guy, Mexican. My grandson, a year old. And also, I got some in there to help the homeless. But I suggest in that red booklet, it's for all y'all to see. You know, I've come down there for years, several years, want to get one of those fallout shelters at every school because it was closed. And when I presented my building, the capacity sitting down is 81. My plans, if I get this grant,
30
to
seconds,
extend
please.
my walls 4.5 feet thick, has steel girders put up across the top of it for a second floor, only to be used during a tornado. Right now, it would hold up to 900 people, 900. And then and also for my school, my training these kids. They can help the homeless with the DHS when they come out to do those inspections. The homeless don't know how to do those inspections. We don't want them to fail. We're going to teach the kids how to do the inspection for the homeless who get properties or houses wherever they go. We're going to train them.
And the young man who was up here a few minutes ago said he needed his house boarded up. We're going to train him to do that too. I told people on the radio yesterday, y'all come down to the city council and y'all get those agenda. If you don't go in, get that agenda book. It tell you that these people need help. You know, people can, and I told them, half the people don't even read newspapers no more. They so busy off them phones, they don't have no idea what's going on in this town. And so those are the things we need, and those are things that we're going to try to do. The city's going forward. We're doing so good. And I stood right here years ago when Mr. Ron Nugent said he stood. He was sitting right there years ago, and I was standing right here. And I wasn't expecting our chief to be down here this morning, so I didn't bring him a copy of that. So I gave him one of y'all. And I want to say thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good day.
You too. Appreciate your time, Mr. Kirk. All right, that concludes our citizens to be heard. We have some executive sessions to enter into. And then I believe we have some comments from our municipal council regarding Councilwoman Nice's inquiry.
I have the answer. You are correct. It took precedence over the main motion, but to stop, the vote that they took is effective because you have to make a point of order objection at the time. And that's 23.5 in the big book. And then on the, you could also do a motion to reconsider, but that has to be done by someone who voted for it originally. So if you voted no, you can't make the motion to reconsider. So it would have to be someone who voted for, one of the 6 people that voted for the item to reconsider it. So you have to make but as far as objections, you have to make them at the time, before the mayor moves on to another item.
Okay, not a problem, but I want to clarify again that I knew this was the motion that I was correct in because I said what I had said earlier. And this will be addressed again in future comments. And that's why we have Robert's Rules of Order, and it's very unfortunate that the mayor did not know that took precedence over. My ask took precedence over his motion because I asked that and he moved forward with that anyway.
When in doubt, just go ahead and make a point of order objection and we can look at it.
Not a problem to do that, but again, I want to clarify that the presiding officer should have that knowledge.
Did you, on that, I can't remember the language you used at that time. Do you have to literally say point of order?
You can just say objection. I'm objecting based on my motion takes precedence over. I'm objecting. It's a point of order objection, but you can say I object to the main motion being voted on before my motion because mine takes precedence.
Did that happen?
So by technicality, we're still moving forward.
Okay. I just seem to recall, but I'd have to watch the video. I thought there was a moment where you interjected.
I did, and the presiding officer moved forward because he said his motion took precedence over my ask, which it did not by definition of Robert's Rules of Order, 12th edition that we just voted on again.
Thanks for your clarifications, everybody. I'll look forward to learning more as well. And we're going into executive session, and this body will return. Thank you. please? Thank you.
So,
Okay. The motion and a second, cast your votes, and I'll say nay. I know. Passes 4-2, which takes us to item 14, adjournment. And we are adjourned. Thank you all. Nothing.